Boy, howdy, you all meant business. Man, y'all just flopped right on over. Kel says first. Henny says second. Sherry says third. Billy says third. Mickey says hi. And then Billy says 3.5. All right. Now, real quick before we start the Daybell stream, the poll that we took in Adam Montgomery, you guys know how I am. I forgot to end the poll, so I've ended it now. And before we go on, so I don't forget, the poll question in Adam Montgomery sentencing was, will Adam Montgomery cause a scene in court today? 85% of you said yes, and 14% said no. So, I mean, he didn't really cause a ruckus per se, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that angry look he gave the camera that one time was a scene? I don't know. I don't know. So I guess that's kind of everybody won on that one, maybe. All right, this is the one I want to share. Margaret says yes. His face freezing on us was a scene. Hey, April. Good to see you, ma'am. 2 days in a row. Wow, I feel special. I feel special. Well, isn't that special? That is special. I love that April's here. Okay, let me share this one. It's a record, right? All right, share screen, and then we're going to this one here. Here is the one we want. All right, and then I'll make it big. Let me click on it because it ended right here at the 2-hour mark, which was where we ended. Okay, so it remembered where I ended. And the person on the stand at this point is Zulema Pastinas, which was Alex Cox's wife. So we'll resume there. I think we were on 1.5. Nope, I've got it as normal, but we're going to go to 1.5 and kick it off here. So what say you guys? Oh, April said you just made my day, Jenny. It's so nice to be liked. Well, you know I like you. You know I like you. All right, I'm gonna hit the play button, and then I'm gonna mute my mic so you can't hear me blow my nose. My nose is running again. April says, "Hi, Mickey Jor." All right, you guys, let's do it to it. Let's go. And by the way, I think Margaret, do you know, Margaret? Because I remember you said that there would be a lot of trigger warnings and a lot of really hard things for the last couple days in Daybell. Anything specific that you're talking about or any specific witness? Was it after Zulema? Like on the same day, or would it have been like yesterday or Tuesday? The medical examiner. Okay. All right. That's kind of what I was figuring. All right. Let's yeah, the medical examiner, I did hear bits and parts of that. So that was tough. Yesterday, okay. All right, here we go.
started sobbing.
And Your Honor, it would now be a good time to break.
I believe it would. Okay, we'll take the mid-morning recess at this time. Let's go just under half an hour if we can. So about 10. Time will just remain standing. Thank you. We can have the jurors brought in. Yes, sir. All right, please. Good job, President Counter for Your Honor. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We concluded our mid-morning recess. Ms. Pastenes is on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony on direct. Ms. Blake, you may continue with inquiry.
Thank you. And Ms. Pastenes, before we broke, I was talking to you about some blessings that you and Alex had been given by Chad in September of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And again, part of the blessing was that you were to move to Rexburg. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Did you have any intention to move to Rexburg?
No.
Did you have any ties to Rexburg outside of Lori, Chad, and Alex?
No.
Did you have a job in Rexburg?
No.
Did you end up talking to Chad or Lori about that, the fact that you didn't have a job?
After their insistence of me moving to Rexburg over and over again, I said, what could I possibly do in Rexburg? I don't have a job there. My skills and my past experience won't match anything that is there. I don't have a job, family ties to anything in Rexburg. Especially, how would I even support myself?
And do you recall Lori or Chad telling you something in regards to that?
Yeah, Lori said to me, oh, don't worry about it. Melly has enough money for all of us.
When she said Melly or Melanie, do you know who she was referencing?
Melanie Pulaski.
Did you ever talk to Melanie about that at a later time?
Yeah, after Alex passed away.
Did Melanie seem to know anything about the plan for her to financially support people?
No, she had no idea.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8M through O. I think I am short a copy on this one though, so I do have a copy for, actually, I do have 3 copies. So I do have a copy for defense, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and a copy for the record.
Thank you.
And if I can have the witness shown a copy.
You may.
And Ms. Pastenes, would you just look at those documents or that document? Do you recognize those pages?
Yes.
And do you recall where you've seen them before?
Some of this information was in Chad's laptop, and some of these papers were also in Lori's apartment.
And were they in Lori's apartment when you went to visit in September?
Yeah.
And the part that you said was on Chad's computer, is that the typing part?
Yes, without the notes.
And then were the handwritten notes on the documents that you saw in Lori's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for admission of State's Exhibit M through O.
Any objection?
What your native objection, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Pastenes? Ms. Pastenes? How do you have knowledge about what's on Chad's computer?
He showed us his computer when we were in a meeting in Lori's house in early August of 2019.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, so these are exhibits 8, M, N, and O.
Yes,
They're admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. May I be handed those exhibits for publication?
Yes.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may publish.
And I will indicate for the record, I am publishing State's Exhibit 8M. And I don't know if that, can you read that at all, Ms. Pastenis?
Yes, some of it.
And mainly looking at, well, looking at the first page, there's some handwritten names there. The page off to the left-hand side. Can you see those handwritten names?
Yes.
Do you know who that first name would reference?
One of Chad's children.
And are some of Chad's other children's names written on there?
Yes.
And then when we look at the page on the right-hand side, do you see reference to the Cox family?
Yes.
And are there ratings provided for that family?
Yes.
Do you know who provided the ratings again?
All of these ratings were provided by Chad.
And when Chad was providing the ratings, were people in Lori's family rated as dark?
Many of them.
What about Chad's family?
All of his children were light, were rated as light.
And his children aren't depicted on here, correct? Their rating level.
No, I don't see it here.
So Chad's kids were all light, correct?
Yes.
And at least 2 of Lori's children were dark.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's becoming leading.
Sustain.
Was JJ labeled dark? At some point, I don't know if it's depicted on here.
At some point, yes, he was depicted as becoming a zombie.
And at some point, was Tylee Ryan labeled as dark?
Yes, it's right here. And she was also deemed a zombie, and she had been possessed.
And now publishing State's Exhibit 8N.
Margaret says, how does Pryor get to ask her questions when it's not his turn? I have to know. I must know. So he did it as voir dire. That's sort of like, kind of like, I don't know if I want to say like fact checking, but they can do that. And so you never like, you hardly ever see that. You know what I mean? But you will occasionally, like you'll see there are certain attorneys who are like hardcore do that all the time. And it's so annoying, but they do. I'm thinking, I can't remember, was it Alex Murdaugh trial that his attorney, I forget his name. What's his name? The one we make fun of all the time. It's a big long name. What is his name? Shoot. Somebody tell me. Alex Murdaugh's oh, that old man. Yeah, Margaret. Yeah. It was him that did it all the time. And I can't remember. What is his name? Harpootlian. That's it. Harpootlian. Dick Harpootlian. Okay. But yeah, he does it a lot. A lot. So, all right, let's get back to it.
Trying to zoom in without making it blurry. Do you see on the right-hand side where it says James and Elena?
Yes.
Do you know who James was in reference to?
Chad said that he was James in a prior life.
And do you know who Elena is in reference to?
Then Elena would have been Lori.
And it looks like under that, it indicates 7 children.
Yes.
And then do you recognize some of the names of the individuals identified as having been Chad and Lori's children?
Yes, I do.
And which names do you recognize?
Melanie Boudreau or Pulaski. JJ Vallow.
And at the time this document was created, JJ Vallow is depicted as light.
Correct.
And you first saw these documents on Chad's computer?
I believe that I don't recall where I saw them first or second. I just know that I saw them in paper form, and also I saw these ratings in Chad's computer.
Did anything strike you as odd with the rankings in Chad's family versus Lori's family?
Yeah, all of Chad's family was light, and seems like so many of Lori's family was dark.
Did you ever hear anyone talk about the Book of Life?
Yes.
And what did you hear in relation to that?
Chad had said that he had access to the Book of Life, so therefore he could read someone's life per se. So he could read someone's past, present, and future in this book.
Did he ever show that book to you?
No.
Did you ever hear that Tammy was dark?
Yes. That she had been possessed by a demon, and that she had also become a zombie.
Did you ever participate in a casting on Tammy?
Yes, once.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was October 9th of 2019.
Do you recall where the casting took place?
It was at Melanie Pulaski's house. Lori had contacted me earlier that day and said that she needed my help with something, that she was in town and that she was at Melanie's house and that she wanted me to come over there that evening. So I went there.
Did Lori indicate anything to you in relation to knowledge of castings?
She said that they had been given some new information on how to do castings, and that this time that we were going to use the Cosmos to do this casting, and that's how we were going to proceed.
And when you say they, is that Chad and Lori?
Yeah, usually when she would refer to they, like it would mean her and Chad had new information.
Who participated in that casting on Tammy?
It was just me and Lori.
Did you end up learning something had occurred in Idaho around the same time you were conducting the casting?
Much later, I put 2 and 2 together that was the same night that someone had attempted to shoot Tammy.
After the casting, did you hear Lori on the phone?
Yes, she was on a phone call afterwards.
How did she appear?
She was extremely angry. She was irate. I had never seen her that upset. she was like scary angry. And she was calling whoever she was on the phone with, she was calling this person names like moron, idiot, stupid, and very, very, very angry.
And after she got off that phone call, did she say anything to you?
Yeah, right after she hung up the phone, she said, "Idiot, can't do anything by himself."
Did you talk to Alex on October 9th of 2019?
Yes,
What were the two of you talking about?
he had. I had been talking to him about getting a new car, and I had just barely got my new car, and we were talking about my new car.
Did Alex talk to you? Did you talk to Alex at all about the casting?
No,
Did he talk to you about what he'd done that night?
no.
At some point, did you learn that Tammy Daybell had passed away?
Yes.
Do you recall how you learned that?
Give called me that day, and she told me that Tammy had passed away the night before.
Did you end up talking to Lori about Tammy's death?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that Chad and her had received some new information that had been given to them by angels that taught them how to do a casting to finally be the way that it will be successful to finally cast out a demon.
And did she say that's what had happened with Tammy?
Yes,
And again, if a casting's successful, what would happen to the body?
the body will die.
And do you recall where you were around October 19th of 2019? What state you were in?
I was in Arizona at home.
After Tammy passed away, did Lori talk to you about what her plans, what she and Chad's plans were?
She told me that the day after Tammy's funeral, Chad was going to be moving into her apartment.
Had either of them ever talked to you about a plan to be together?
Yeah, from the beginning, they both talked about how they needed to be together to start their missions of building Zion and gathering the 144,000, and that they were going to be eventually together.
At some point, did you and Alex officially start dating?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I was October 31st of 2019. It was Halloween night.
And at some point, did you and Alex get engaged?
Yes,
Do you recall when?
it was on November 7th.
And do you recall where you were located when you and Alex got engaged?
We were in his apartment in Rexburg.
Were Chad and Lori there in Rexburg on November 7th?
No, they were gone.
Did Alex give you an engagement ring?
Yes,
What kind of stone did it have?
it was a diamond ring,
And what ring size are you?
5.
At some point, did you learn where Chad and Lori were around November 7th?
We didn't know where they were at, but then during that visit, we received pictures of Chad and Lori getting married in the beach in Hawaii.
At some point, did you see Chad and Lori again in Arizona?
Yes.
And do you recall where that was?
They were coming back from Hawaii. They had a layover in Gilbert, and they were staying at a hotel near my house. And they asked me to come over, have dinner with them, and then drop them off at the airport.
And did you end up doing that?
Yes.
When you saw Chad and Lori, was Tylee with them?
No.
Was JJ with them?
No.
Did you ask them about where Tylee or JJ were?
I asked if they were in Hawaii, where was JJ at? And she told me that she had given JJ to Kay to take care of him.
How did Chad and Lori appear when you met with them?
They were acting like newlyweds. You know, they couldn't keep their hands from each other.
Did either of them appear sad?
Oh no, they were very happy and giggly and very happy.
Do you recall when you met with them, Chad showing you some kind of a pendulum?
Yeah, I asked something. I can't recall what it was, and I remember him taking that pendulum from his back pocket, and he waved it around and said, "We could ask."
Did you end up having him do any, ask any questions with the pendulum?
No, I said no, thank you.
Had you ever seen that before?
No, that was the first time.
So you were asking Chad for advice or answers to something at that time?
I don't recall whether I was asking for answers or anything. I just remember asking a question, and he wanted to answer it with the pendulum.
Would you turn to Chad at times for answers to questions you had?
Yes,
And a lot of times were those in relation to some kind of spiritual things?
yes,
Were they in relation to people being light or dark?
at times, yes,
And you and Alex were engaged on November 7th in Rexburg,
Yes.
correct? Was Alex still living in Rexburg in November?
yes,
And were you still living in Arizona?
yes,
Did Alex end up traveling down to see you sometime later in November?
yes. He came down to spend Thanksgiving at my house.
Did you talk to Alex about whether or not he'd been in contact with Chad and Lori?
He told me that he had seen them right before he came down to Arizona, but then after that, they weren't answering his texts or his calls.
How did he seem about that?
He was very upset.
Do you recall him saying anything in regards to help he'd provided them?
He said, "Can you believe that they're being such jerks now that after I helped them, now they don't even want to talk to me?"
Had Alex relied on Lori and Chad for answers?
Oh, for everything.
Had he relied on them for guidance?
Yes.
How would you describe Alex and Lori's relationship?
They were very close to each other. Chad had told Alex that the only reason why he had come to this earth at this time was to be Lori's protector, and he really took that to heart and believed it. So he believed that he needed to protect his sister, and he was there to do that.
And how would you describe Chad and Alex's relationship?
Well, at first they didn't really have a conversation because, like, when I saw them after the conference in November of 2018, they weren't even talking at that time. But then in August of 2019, when we were at Lori's house, they were very close to each other. They were like really good friends, and they were making plans of, going to Rexburg together. And after that, they were just very close.
Did Alex believe what Chad told him?
Oh, 100%.
Would Alex do what Chad asked?
Yeah, especially because he would tell him what to do through a blessing and tell him that it was Jesus Christ, the one that was telling him to do that, such as moving to Rexburg.
And did Chad give Alex quite a few blessings?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn Tylee and JJ had been listed as missing?
Yes.
Do you recall how you learned that?
Melanie called me to tell me that that the kids were missing.
Did you talk to Alex about that?
Yes.
What did he say?
He didn't offer any information. The last information I had from Lori was that JJ was with Kay, and then Kay was the one that was asking for a welfare check for for JJ. So then I asked him, I said, well, why is Kate asking for a welfare check on JJ if she's the one that has JJ? And Alex just said, yeah, huh? That was all the answer he gave me.
Did Alex ever talk to you about having received a patriarchal blessing from Chad?
Yes, when he came down for Thanksgiving, he had typed up a piece of paper and he read the patriarchal blessing that Chad had given him.
Did he share it with you?
Yes.
Did Alex seem to believe what Chad had said?
Yeah. When he was reading it to me, he was crying as he was reading it to me because he really believed what it was there.
Did Alex pass away?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
it was December 12th, 2019.
Prior to his death, had Alex taken a trip to Mexico?
Yes, the Saturday before, he said that he was going to go to Mexico for the day. He left in the morning, and he was fine. And then he came back Saturday evening, and he was sick when he came back.
Do you recall Alex getting a call on December 11th prior to his death?
Yes, Chad and Lori called him to tell him that Tammy's body was being exhumed.
Did you ask Alex about the exhumation?
Yeah, it seemed very strange to me that why would they be exhuming Tammy's body? So I asked them, and it seemed really weird too that Lori and Chad were calling him to tell him that the body was being exhumed. Seemed very odd and weird to me. So I asked them, I said, they're exhuming Tammy's body. If they exhume her body, are you going to be tied to anything that happened to Tammy? And he said, no.
And in relation to the call from Lori and Chad, did he make any other statements after he got off the phone?
His demeanor changed quite a bit. Alex was the kind of person that he's always talking and joking and laughing, and he could just fill the whole entire room. And after the call, his demeanor just changed completely. He was very quiet. He was very somber. He was just to himself. And he started saying certain things to me that didn't make any sense at the time. So one of the things that he said is, I think I'm going to be their fall guy. And I asked him what that meant, if he could explain to me what he was saying to me, and he wouldn't say anything to me. I was very frustrated with him because he wouldn't say anything. So I would walk away, and then he would say something else, and then I would walk back into the room and try to get him to explain to me again, what do you mean by that? And he wouldn't say anything else. So one of the things he said was, I think I'm being their fall guy. And then as I was walking out of the room after he's not explaining anything to me, he said, Sulema, either I am a man of God or I am not.
And that was after getting off the phone call with Chad and Lori.
Yes.
When Chad had talked to you about some of your past lives, did he ever tell you how you died in past lives?
Yes, he told me that at one time I had come during the time that Jesus Christ was upon the earth, when he had come to the Americas, and that I had been killed with Lori at the same time, and that I had been killed in a very violent way, where I had been raped and killed, and my body had been dismembered.
At some point, did you learn where the remains of Tylee Ryan were located?
Yes,
And where was that?
Chad's backyard.
Did you learn where the remains of JJ Vallow were located?
Yes,
Where was that?
Chad's backyard.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That concludes the direct examination. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross.
Thank you, Judge. Pastenes, the prosecuting attorney. Good morning, Ms. Pastenes.
Good morning.
Ms. Pastenes, the prosecuting attorney brought up the topic of the 7 gatherers.
Yes,
That has a unique context in that it talks about 7 people. Is that right?
yes.
And the 7 people that were members of the 7 gatherers would have been who, ma'am?
Nicole, Christina, Serena, Gib, Melanie Pulaski, Lori, and I.
So was this an organization that you ladies had organized to talk about religious topics?
It was a group to share information with, and also we were together in Zoom meetings doing castings.
Okay. And when you talk about these 7 gatherers and you say that it was Melanie Gibb, is that right?
Yes,
And it was Melanie Boudreau, aka Pulowski, correct?
correct,
Someone named Serena.
correct.
Was April Raymond part of that?
No,
Okay. Nicole,
yes,
Christina.
yes.
Okay. And what it was is you shared a common website of some kind or a way to communicate with each other?
An email address.
Okay. And you all use that as a means of communicating with each other. Is that correct?
Sending information to each other.
And that information included information about various articles and periodicals that talked about various subjects. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. And there's no doubt that all of you knew about this organization called the 7 Gatherers. Is that right?
yes,
You were all very familiar with the word the 7 Gatherers, correct?
yes.
There's no confusion about that. So if I were to go to Melanie Gibb and ask her,
Your Honor, argumentative asked and answered.
Sustained.
did you talk to Melanie Gibb about this topic of the 7 Gatherers?
No, not necessarily.
Did you communicate with her through email about the organization that you put together called the 7 Gatherers?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony.
Sustained.
In what manner would you communicate with Melanie and the others about this group called the 7 Gatherers?
I don't think that I could call it a way of communication with each other. One of the girls made an email address and said that we could send things to each other through that email. And there was a couple of emails that went back and forth in that email address, but it wasn't something that was discussed or that we had made it into an entity or anything like that. It was just an email address that was formed, and a couple of people sent a couple of emails there.
And do you know who formed that 7 Gatherers email?
I believe it was Christina, but I I am not 100% sure.
And could you tell me, how did you go about signing up as someone who was willing to receive and send out all of this information about the 7 gatherers?
Could you explain your question to me?
Sure, I'll ask it again. How did you come about signing up as someone who would receive emails or correspondence with the 7 gatherers?
The email address and the password was shared within the all of the girls.
How was that done? Did you folks talk about it, or was it just something that you just agreed we're gonna put this together and then communicate?
The person that put it together gave the name of the email address and then gave the password to everyone.
And did you have an occasion to contribute articles to the 7 gatherers email?
I don't remember. I don't recall if I did or not.
Did Melanie Gibb, do you recall ever getting anything from Melanie Gibb saying that she contributed articles or correspondence to the 7 gatherers?
It is possible, but I don't recall.
You don't have any memory of that, is that right?
No.
Okay. Do you have any memory of anybody ever sending any articles to the 7 gatherers?
I know that there was a couple of articles that were sent in there, but I don't remember who sent them or what they were about.
And again, those articles that were put in there would have been shared with all of the ladies who were, is members the right term when I'm describing the people who were listed as receiving emails in the 7 gatherers? Would that be the correct term, members?
I would say that they were the people who had access to the email address,
Okay. So you wouldn't call them members?
not necessarily. It wasn't like it was a club. It was just a email address that was shared within all of us
For purposes of the 7U to discuss religious topics, correct?
to send information or religious topics.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, as far as we mentioned Melanie Gibb, when did you first meet Melanie Gibb?
When I moved to a house that was very near where Gibb used to live, and then I started attending the same ward that she attended.
And when was that?
I believe it was 2017.
Did at that point you develop a relationship with Miss Gibb?
Not at the beginning. I knew her from church and I had said hello to her a couple of times, but we had not become friends.
So prior to the St. George gathering or meeting that all of you went to, how long had you known Melanie Gibb?
I'm going to say approximately a year.
And were you aware of some of the classes or teachings that Melanie Gibb participated in?
She invited me to one of her meetings that she was having at her house.
And when was that?
I want to say that it was probably around September of 2018.
And that was prior to you knowing Lori Vallow and knowing Chad Daybell, is that right?
Actually, at that meeting was when I met Lori.
Okay. Well, you jumped me on that a little bit, but was the next question. You met Lori at the September meeting for the first time, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of this meeting that Melanie Gibb had put together was for what?
It was so that Lori was going to speak at that meeting and that she was going to share her testimony.
Okay, and her testimony about what?
During this meeting, she related that she was having visitations from angels. She had visitations from the angel Moroni, and she also said that she was a personal witness of Jesus Christ, which meant that she had actually had a personal, physical meeting with Jesus Christ.
Okay, and that was prior to her ever meeting Chad Daybell, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then did Melanie Gibb offer any testimony at that meeting that Melanie organized?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then subsequent, now you had met Chad Daybell in Mesa at some point prior to the November St. George meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that just a meeting or did you have a conversation with him?
It was a conference in Mesa, and Chad was speaking. I came to to see the conference. And afterwards, I spoke to him very briefly while I was buying a couple of his books.
Okay. So these conferences were opportunities for people who have certain knowledge about religious topics to offer their opinions about religious topics. Would that be fair?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell was one of those, and you're aware he's an author, correct?
yes,
You bought a couple of his books at the Mesa conference, right?
yes.
And how many speakers? Do you recall how many speakers were at this Mesa conference?
I don't remember exactly, but I know that there was at least 3 or 4 speakers.
And the theme of that conference in November of 2018 would have been of what topic?
It was a preparing a people conference, and usually at these conferences, they had topics such as how to prepare for emergencies and to prepare for the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so it's a topic of a religious nature. That would be fair, correct?
Yes.
And are there other topics? Are there topics about energy work that are conducted at these conferences?
No,
Okay, so it's all these speakers that are there are talking about the second coming and how to prepare for the second coming and steps you can take as part of that preparation. Would that be fair?
yes, there was steps on what to do to be prepared physically and spiritually. And one of the things that Chad was speaking about was Chad spoke about having a couple of near-death experiences, and he said that after those near-death experiences, he practically didn't have a veil, which meant that he could actually see to the spirit world and speak with spirits, and that he had said that he had information about places of safety for when things were going to get really bad right before the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were, at some point, you had some difficulty and you were concerned about, based on your skills and past experience, being able to find employment in the Rexburg area. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your skill and experiences in what?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Your skills and experiences in what?
In all of the jobs that I've had before, do you want to know what I've done before as
Yeah,
in a job?
Yes, if you would mind.
I've worked in corporate America in an insurance company as a manager of services department. I have worked as a instructional assistant in grade school, and I currently work for vocational rehabilitation.
So you consider yourself a reasonably educated person,
Yes,
and you consider yourself someone who has the ability to teach other people about various topics. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't consider myself a person that can teach others. I know how to train people with disabilities.
Okay. What about the ability to judge people's character and matters such as that?
I believe that I have been an overly trusting person.
Okay. Okay. And when you say that you were overly trusting, you're saying that all of this discussion about religion somehow tricked you into following a certain path. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony and counsel's testify.
Sustained.
Is it your suggestion that in somehow Chad and Lori tricked you into believing all of these religious beliefs?
I trusted them and I believed them.
Okay. Now, as part of your cooperation in this case, were you provided any guarantees of immunity regarding any of your testimony?
Yes,
And you were granted an immunity agreement from being prosecuted for anything that you may provide to the police. Is that correct?
yes.
And do you recall the number of times you've spoken to law enforcement about this case?
No, I don't remember how many times.
Are you aware that on at least 4 occasions you talked to the Rexburg police in your home area of Arizona? Do you recall that?
Yes, I have spoken to law enforcement several times.
You remember which law enforcement officer you spoke to particularly?
I've spoken to many.
Okay. There was also some mention about Lori and you said Gibb started a podcast at some point in the beginning stages of you meeting them. Is that right?
Yes,
And which one of those? Do you recall which one of those started the podcast?
No.
Okay. And do you know what the subject of the podcast would have been?
I know that they had some guests on their podcast, and usually it was about spiritual things.
Okay. And that podcast was prior to meeting Chad Daybell. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I know it was after Lori met Chad Daybell in St. George.
Okay. And at the time of the meeting between Lori and Chad at St. George, Chad was there to speak and sell books. Is that what you recall?
In St. George?
Yes.
Yes, he was there to speak and to sell books.
And if I understood your testimony prior to this, you indicated that, and I don't want to mischaracterize, that Lori was pursuing Chad at that point?
She was very flirtatious towards him.
Okay. Would you say that she was the aggressor in that situation when you observed it?
Yes,
Okay. And she was trying to impress him.
she was flirting with him.
Okay. You talked about a situation with a basketball game or a basketball that Lori Vallow was shooting or involved in a basketball court or something at one of the homes. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes,
Okay. And was that at Lori's home?
yes,
And Chad was invited there to be a speaker for that particular weekend?
yes. He came down for the Preparing a People conference, and this was after the conference at Lori's house.
And how many people were staying at Lori's house at that particular conference?
Several.
Several, meaning how many?
Probably about 4 or 5 people.
And at that point, there was no indication that there was any romantic interest between them. Is that correct?
It didn't appear to be.
Okay. Did it appear to you at the basketball that Lori was being flirtatious again when she was talking to Chad about playing basketball?
Yes,
And initially, Chad chose to walk off with you. Is that what you recall?
yes.
And Lori asked him, and please, if I misquote this, please correct me. Are you scared of me?
Mhm.
That's what she said to him. Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Did you understand what she meant by that?
What it meant to me was that she was asking him if he was scared of being alone with her.
Okay. Did you hear Chad respond?
He didn't respond.
Did he walk away?
He did.
Okay. So from that, did you gather that he wasn't interested, or did you come to some other conclusion?
My conclusion was that he was playing it safe.
Okay. So at that point, again, you would would it be fair for you to come to the conclusion that he was not engaging in this one-sided flirtatious?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, move to strike.
Sustained.
Did you gather from that that Lori was being flirtatious and that Chad was not receptive to that flirtatious offer?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion again about blessings. And blessings, and I guess I didn't ask this, but the religious matters that you spoke about are part of your LDS faith. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your LDS faith, blessings are not something particularly unusual, correct?
No, they're not.
In fact, it's not uncommon for people to offer blessings to each other as day-to-day life in your LDS faith. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about light and dark.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that anybody can have the ability to determine whether someone's light or dark?
No,
So so you believe that it's just Chad Daybell who can determine whether someone's light or dark, is that right?
I couldn't say that it is me, the one that has determined that is Chad, only the one that can do that. It was because Chad was the one that said that he had access to his portal, and through his portal, he was getting information from the spirit world about things such as light and dark and people.
So so based on that answer, then it would not be an ordinary power to be able to determine whether someone was light or dark, correct?
No, it wouldn't be an ordinary thing to do.
Okay. And in terms of powers and roles, you talked about Alex Cox having the power as the warrior or the protector. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did you, or were you advised that you had any special, or do you believe you have any specific power or ability?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Sustained.
Do you believe you have any special gift?
no,
You don't believe that you can predict the weather?
no,
Have you ever been advised or told that you could predict the weather?
yes,
And who told you that?
Chad and Lori.
Okay. And did you believe them when they told you that you had the ability to predict the weather?
I was open to the idea.
Okay. Did you ever try to exercise that power of your ability to predict the weather?
Yes, because Chad told me to practice.
Okay. And who did you practice on?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you got Chad. You said Chad claimed to have told you to predict your gift of predicting the weather. I'm just curious as to how you practiced your gift of predicting the weather.
I would just do imagine in my mind.
Okay. Were you ever successful in predicting the weather?
I don't believe so.
Judge, I have well, before I get there, our your testimony is that as part of the castings, that if it was unsuccessful, that the body would die or there would be a killing of the body. Is that what you testified to?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Again, the question is that as part of the castings, if the casting was not successful, would the body die or was there a killing of the body as a result of the unsuccessful casting?
Okay, can you ask me one question at a time? Because you asked me two questions.
Okay. As part of the castings, if it was unsuccessful, would it result in the killing of the body?
It was unsuccessful. That would mean that the demon was still in the body, so
Okay.
nothing would happen.
Okay. And if the casting was successful and you were able to extract the demon from the body, what would happen to the body?
The body would die.
Okay. And is that something that Chad and Lori taught you?
Yes,
Okay. In essence, would it mean then that if they were successful in extracting a demon from the body, that in essence they'd be killing the human body? Would that be fair?
I wouldn't be using the term killing, but it would mean that the body would die.
Was there any indication in any of the correspondence between you and Lori and Chad about killing anybody?
No,
You never discussed the topic of killing anybody, is that correct?
no,
And in fact, you never discussed the topic of casting and how it would, how the ultimate end would be the death of the body. Isn't that true?
they were teaching that once if the casting was successful, then the demon would be cast out. Therefore, the body could actually die and expire.
And Judge, I have Exhibit 88. And I'd like to play a portion of the exhibit for Ms. Pastenes so she can identify that. And then at subsequent, I would ask that exhibit be marked and accepted as Defense Exhibit 88.
All right, the defense has proffered an exhibit. You can just publish briefly, sufficient to lay some foundation.
And Your Honor, may we approach on this?
to take that up outside presence of the jurors. So given the time, what we're going to do is start our lunch recess at this time. Because this may take a few moments, we will plan on taking the lunch hour and resume with more testimony right around 1 o'clock or perhaps just slightly before 1 o'clock. So we'll take the lunch recess. For those in the public attending, if you'd like to step out, you may. If you wish to stay in while we take up the evidentiary matter, you can as well. We will have the jurors retire for lunch at this time, though.
All right, please.
All right, see if you can.
That being taken out, they have to kill.
I think it's more appropriate to take that up recess hour if you wish to. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on CR 22, 21, 16, 23. The court notes that the jurors have been excused to take lunch at this time. We are still in open court to discuss a proffered exhibit. The defense has indicated an intention to admit Exhibit 88. I believe the state may have an objection to the admission of the exhibit in its entirety. Court indicated I would permit outside the presence of the jury some foundation in the beginning to allow for defense to determine if the witness can identify for foundational purposes the exhibit. And then once we've gotten through that step, we can move on to whether or not the exhibit may be admitted and for what purpose or how much of the exhibit. So, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to start with some publishing of the exhibit sufficient to establish foundation, we can do that at this time.
And Judge, I may have misspoke. It was Exhibit 83.
Okay, we had that as.
Apologize.
So this will be Exhibit 83. And can you describe what the exhibit is before
Judge,
we
this
start?
is an exhibit in which on October 2nd of 20, Officer Hermosillo and Officer Wright interviewed Ms. Pastenes. The length of the recording is 3 hours, 35 minutes and 42 seconds. The section of the tape that I want to play for the court and Ms. Pastenes starts at 24:34, approximately goes to 25:38. And it talks about Ms. Pastenes making certain representations about the killing of the body.
All right, if you'd like to proffer by foundation playing part of that, I'll allow you to publish it since the jury's not here, sufficient for the witness to identify.
And like Mr. Wood, I'm not getting any sound, Judge.
All right, see if you can.
That being taken out, they have to kill your body to get that demon out. Is that how you understood it?
Now, Ms. Pastenes, you had an opportunity to review that. Do you recognize the female that's in that video?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's me.
Okay, and then the person to your immediate left, who would that be?
That's my attorney, Garrett Smith.
And then the person across the desk from you would be who?
I believe that's Detective Hermosillo. I can't
would
see
be
him very
from-
well. I can't see him very well.
And that would be from the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of who the person is to your right at the end of the table?
I believe that he was an FBI agent.
Okay. And if I were to present to you that it could be someone by the name of Ricky Wright, would that make you recall any better? Okay. And ma'am, does this appear to be a true and accurate picture of the meeting on 10/20 of 20 or 10/2 of 20 regarding the interview between you and Officer Hermosillo?
Yes,
Judge, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 83.
All right, and you're moving to admit the 3 hours and 35 minutes of the interview?
There is, Judge, and the reason for that is that there were a number of representations that I could be here for a week if I wanted to, going over with Ms. Pastenes, but quite frankly, after today's testimony, it will be my intent to probably call her back and go back over a number of those. But for purposes of today, I'm just going to ask for a small portion of that be published to the jury relating to the killing of bodies after a casting.
All right, what's the response from the state on the proposal to admit exhibit number 83?
Your Honor, the state would object. The state would object on under Rule 403, cumulative waste of time, just confuse the jury. In addition, under Rule 613, which I think is what the defense had indicated the intention was to admit, there has to be more than just an admission of it. There has to be extrinsic evidence, and then there has to be some kind of inconsistency, and the party has to be given a chance to explain that. None of that has been done at this point in time. There's been no questions asked about any inconsistent or perceived inconsistent statements, so I think it would be premature to admit it. I think admitting it in its entirety, when Ms. Pastenes is here, she's testified about a lot of the contents. It's simply cumulative. So for those two reasons, we would object.
All right, any further response, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I'm allowed to go into impeachment. I questioned Ms. Pastenes about her beliefs, or at least what she felt were conveyed by Mr. Daybell and Ms. Vallow about castings and the ultimate result. In addition, Judge, the fact that she engages in an interview for 3 hours and 35 minutes and makes a number of representations that may be inconsistent with what she said today, by that very definition, allows me to bring in those statements and allows me to submit this interview of Ms. Pastenes and Officer Hermosillo. So I'm baffled as to why the state is suggesting this isn't proper impeachment.
And Your Honor, all due respect, but Rule 613B lays out the specific process. Counsel has not followed the rule as laid out in 613B. If he were to follow that rule and there is still a reason or grounds for admission, the state would understand, but the rule simply hasn't been complied with.
All right, well, I've considered the offered exhibit at this time. I'm not saying you can't impeach potentially with the exhibit, but to admit the entire exhibit, which is the full interview, I think does require under Rule 613B a process that at this point we're not at. So I think it would be premature to admit the exhibit looking at Idaho Rule of Evidence 613B. And for that reason, I'm going to deny the admission of it at this time. So with that ruling, then we'll go ahead and break for lunch and come back on. Mr. Pryor, if you want to review that further or discuss it again on the record in terms of how it may be used for impeachment, I'll consider that. But admission of the entire exhibit is denied based on the objection of the state and the rule cited. So that'll conclude the ruling at this time. We'll go ahead and take the lunch recess and resume back at 1. If you want to make any further argument or proffer, I'm still open to that, Mr. Pryor. And
Thank you,
do
Judge.
that just before the jury comes in.
All right.
May be used if you believe impeachment's required. Said in the interview, Rule 613, who have not returned on the record on Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We concluded the lunch recess. We are on the record outside the presence of the jurors who have not returned to the courtroom yet on the court's instruction to hold them while we continue to discuss this evidentiary issue related to proposed exhibit 83. The court had a sidebar with counsel on the record discussing that it will permit the refreshing of the recollection of the witness to determine if there are any prior inconsistent statements that would implicate Rule 613. And so at this time, I'm going to allow you, Mr. Pryor, to publish those excerpts to the witness so she can listen to what was said in the interviews, and then we'll make a determination as to whether or not there are inconsistent statements that may bring into play Rule 613B and how those may be used if you believe impeachment's required. All right, Exhibit 83 then. And again, without the jury here, I'll allow you to publish the sections you think are relevant in terms of determining whether there's inconsistent statements. I'll have you turn your microphone on, please, Mr. Pryor.
Exhibit number 87 is an interview on 10/23/20 with Officer Kiakamano and Edwards of Ms. Pastenes as well. That's 87, and 88 would be a interview with Officer Hermosillo and Officer Kiakamano on 4/29/21 with Ms. Pastenes, and I'm going to have them marked as exhibit 87 and 88 as well, Judge.
Are you intending to publish any part of those?
I will publish 3 excerpts on those respective exhibits, Judge. As
Okay.
well as-
When you do publish, just carefully identify which exhibit is the excerpt is from, so we know that.
Your Honor, may I also inquire to get the timestamp on each publication?
Yeah. The best we can identify what is published, we'll need to have a record of that. Since currently none of these exhibits are admitted.
And Judge, on 83, we're going to start at about 24. (24:12), Judge.
All right, you can publish to the witness.
And Judge, it's up on the HDMI, if I could have them.
That was never explained. I don't know. He never said that. I don't think that was ever put in as an option or asked as an option. Actually, that's the first time I ever even thought about that could be an option. That my spirit could actually go back to the body.
So
A possibility.
So did you believe it to be that once your spirit is in limbo and the demon is in your body, in order for that demon to get out, they have to kill your body to get that demon out? Is that how you understood it?
No, because it was understood the way that Chad explained it was that we would expel that demon out of the body, put a protection around the body so no other entity could come in, but they never spoke about killing the body. Do you see that? They only talked about expelling or throwing out or casting out the bad spirit. They never talked about actually killing the body.
Okay. So if you expel that evil spirit and you put a protection around the body, and the good spirit can't come back, the body is basically going to die, right? And the expelling of it causes basically the death of the body, whether that's intentional harm to the body or just body just had a car accident, dies, or falls over from natural causes and dies. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Judge, that's at 26:04.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Judge, if I could have 87 and 88.
Yes, I'll have the bailiff deliver those.
Judge, we'll start at 10:18. May I publish, Judge?
You may.
Which exhibit number is this?
This is 87.
Yeah, give those over to both. It was that weekend that I told you that was really weird because I had 2 rooms prepared for them, and then I had 2 rooms prepared for them to stay because my kids were out of town, and so it was just it was just me in the house. So I had prepared the rooms for them to stay at, and
Coming them is
for Lori. So Serena was going to stay in my room, and I had a room ready for Lori, and another were forgiven, and I was going to take the couch. And then Lori and Gail decided that they didn't want to be in separate rooms; they wanted to sleep together.
really.
Your Honor, I'm going to actually object to
Do you
this.
think it was a
physical relationship.
This
going
hasn't
on.
even been discussed. So if this is going to be used for impeachment, where we're going with this information has not even come up in any testimony.
Well, I'll note, Mr. Pryor, in order to come in for impeachment, there first has to be relevance, and the relevance is a foundation for potential impeachment. If it's something that could not be a prior inconsistent statement, then it's not relevant under 403, and therefore it doesn't come in. So if this is a topic not yet discussed by the witness on the stand, then I would agree. There's no reason to continue publishing.
And Judge, the way I understood the inquiry is the court was going to allow me to publish these statements and then I can inquire of the witness. And this statement is not necessarily exclusive to just impeachment, Judge. This statement goes to bias and the relationship between Ms. Gibb and Ms. Vallow.
Yeah, this is a completely different topic. We're way out of the scope of what we're determining on this, and so I'm not going to permit 87 to be further published, sustaining the objection of the state. The narrow topic we're on right now, Mr. Pryor, is simply, are there inconsistent statements that have already been offered on the stand by the witness, and whether or not they can be impeached?
So I assume then that the court in a later through Mrs. Pastenes's testimony, I'll be able to bring up the subject if there's some issue relating to the relationship between Ms. Gibb and Ms. Vallow. Is that correct, Judge?
Well, I'm not going to make a advisory ruling for you. What we've got right now is whether or not there's inconsistent statements that can be impeached, and that's the only ruling I'm going to make at this point.
Okay, Judge, could we have a sidebar, please?
We need to keep things moving here, Mr. Pryor. So we don't have the jury here, so let's get through this evidentiary matter and get them back in for further testimony as soon as possible.
And this is at 4646, Judge?
Of which is it?
87.
I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet.
Right.
Paragraph
So,
one.
okay, I'm just curious. Okay, the next one.
So, and I don't remember whether she was the one that saw this, or maybe I wrote from somewhere else, or maybe she said that. I don't remember this part of the price of the things I want. There's a law, formula, and a covenant. Maybe that's something that she said. I don't remember.
I'm sorry, Judge, I have the
I
wrong.
don't
spot.
remember her saying that. But
We're going to start at 4534, Judge.
Is it sanctified, or solidified?
Sanctified.
Sanctified, okay.
I didn't see it. I don't remember what that
No
was.
worries. Okay, moving on to 12. Give us the background on this page, same.
So this
phone
one
call.
here is another phone call with, the, girl said, I think it was Christina that had created this Gmail, Seven Gatherers at Gmail. So that, we would all be able to like share, documents and information with each other that, was things that we were learning so that we could communicate it with each other.
Okay,
So that's an email address.
did you guys use this quite a bit?
For a little bit, yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The 7 gatherers at Gmail, and then the 79144 is that the password to get into it? Is that why you wrote that? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still have access to that?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it for.
Right.
Paragraph
It's been a while. Okay, I'm just curious. Okay, the next one.
And Judge, the last one under 88, given the court's ruling regarding 87, I'll reserve publishing 88 until after I've crossed the witness about some of the statements relating to that one. Okay.
Okay, so the one that was just published, was that off 87 or 83?
That was off 87. And Judge, I have that from 4552 to 4656. And that's the one about the discussion about the 7 gatherers.
All right. So then those have been played. Those were just simply to refresh the recollection of the witness for potential and for reference of the court to see if there's an inconsistent statement with any previous testimony. As I mentioned before, the inquiry is under actually Rule 401 as to whether or not there's any relevance. And then if there's an inconsistent previous statement, that can be considered under Rule 613B. And the court has to have an inquiry first to determine the applicability of the rule. So, Mr. Pryor, what would you argue is an inconsistent statement that allows this to be used to impeach in front of the jury.
Well, Judge, she had mentioned, my recollection of my notes indicate that she said that it was used a few times on this Gmail account about the 7 gatherers. And I believe her testimony with Officer Hermosillo and Officer Kiyakamanu and Officer Edwards was that it seems, I recall the words on the video saying frequently. So that seems to be inconsistent. And what I'm getting at is that this 7 gatherers was used more frequently than what she had originally testified to.
All right. And on the first statement, was there anything else? Because we need to make a ruling on this too.
And Judge, in that situation, there was extensive discussion about killing the body and about killing. And although at the end she does say that the end result could be that the body dies, there was at least an insinuation that this process was designed to kill the body. And then her testimony, at least to the police officers, and that would be Officer Hermosillo and Officer Wright, is that there was never talk about killing the body.
All right. Does the state have any response before I make a ruling on essentially what we're doing here is proffering whether or not this exhibit again is admissible? What's the response from the state, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, I think for it to be admissible, the witness would have to be questioned as well if it were determined to be inconsistent and see if she denies it or provides any additional input. However, before we even get to that point, the state's argument is these are not inconsistent at all. These are completely consistent with my recollection of Ms. Pastenes's testimony, down to that she thought Christina created that email account. She was open about the fact they use it to communicate and share documents. I don't think there was ever an indication that it was used very rarely. I think to the contrary, she said it was used. In relation to the first one, I think that corresponds completely with what she testified to previously. However, all that being said, at the end of the day, if these clips are going to be asked to be admitted, I don't think the state has an objection. However, we believe that they're completely consistent. So I don't know that they're admissible under for impeachment purposes.
Okay. Well, first there's a practical issue of they're not really clips. They're excerpts out of a at least the 183 is nearly a 4-hour interview, which is very problematic to admit the entire thing to the jury if we're only doing that for a limited purpose of potential impeachment. So I'm still not going to allow the admission of them. You can question and in aid of potential impeachment on that and ask the witness now that she's heard those excerpts. I'll note that under State versus Koch, KOCH 157 Idaho 89, one of the things the court has to determine as to whether or not there's a prior inconsistent statement is the standard of, quote, whenever a reasonable person could infer on comparing the whole effect of the statements that have been produced by inconsistent beliefs. And I don't find that it's risen to the level to get to be a prior inconsistent statement under 613B. So I think the ruling will maintain that I'm not admitting the exhibit proposed. And at this point, we'll just have the jurors return. You can question on cross now that the witness has heard those statements, Mr. Pryor, to see if there's any more inquiry. But at this point, I don't think there's a 613B issue. And so the exhibits are not admitted.
Judge, can I approach my desk again to pick up some additional documents?
Yes, you can do that. And then let's have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's all President Counter for you.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the jurors have returned. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23. I will indicate to the jurors, thank you for your patience. We took an extra long lunch recess, working on some matters outside your presence. Given the time here where we're intending to stop at our usual time, we may consider going through without an afternoon break, but I'll check with the jurors to see where things stand and where we are with witnesses before making that determination. But that would probably be a good use of our time if we could just get through the afternoon with no more breaks. So if we're able to do that, we will. And Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue on your cause, you may do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pastenes, we were on the subject earlier about castings. And is it your understanding that Chad and Lori never spoke of killing a body during a casting? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. However, it's also your understanding that if a casting is successful and the spirit leaves, it's your understanding that the body dies. Is that what you understand?
Correct.
So what I'm confused about is that you spoke earlier about Charles, and you were involved in one of the first castings with him. Is that right?
Yes.
And who was present for that casting?
The first time that there was casting done on Charles, it was Christina, Nicole, Serena, Gibb, Lori, and I.
So almost the entire 7 gatherers.
Yes.
And was this a 7 gatherer casting that you folks had organized?
I don't believe that the email address had been created yet
Okay.
at that time.
Okay. And again, in terms of the 7 gatherers, is it your testimony that Gmail originally, when that account was created, that you used that account regularly?
It was used for a little bit. I couldn't tell you how many times or for how many documents were shared in there. I know that it was used, but I can't exactly tell you how many numbers of documents were in there.
And not necessarily a number of documents is what I'm looking for, but rather a description of how often that was used. Would you say that it was used frequently?
Probably.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's go back to the issue with the casting of Charles Vallow. And you mentioned that at least 5 or 6 of the 7 gatherers were there engaging in that casting. Is that right?
Yes.
And one of those members of the 7 gatherers was Melanie Gibb, correct?
Yes.
And was Melanie Gibb running that casting?
No.
Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you had indicated that casting was successful. Is that right?
When Lori called Chad to ask if it had been successful, she returned with saying that it had been successful.
And do you remember when that first casting was?
It was towards the end of March of 2019.
And at the successful completion of that casting, did you get notice that Charles Vallow died as a result of that successful casting?
So I think that the things that Chad and Lori were teaching was that the person that the person had already died originally, and that there was a 2-minute window where an evil spirit could come into that body. So in actuality, what they were teaching was that the body was already dead and it was being occupied by a evil spirit. So I guess it would be more accurate to say that if a casting worked, then the body would finally die naturally.
So if a body would finally die naturally, then when the casting was successful, Charles Vallow didn't die though. Did he?
Are you asking about the spirit or are you asking about the body?
I'm asking about the body.
The body. Okay, so the body would have been the body of Charles Vallow, but he
Okay.
would have been occupied by an evil spirit.
Then there was a second casting, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, and again, that was a successful casting of, again, Charles Vallow's body again, correct?
According to Chad and Lori, yes.
Okay. And when you say according to Chad and Lori, isn't it true, ma'am, that almost all of the information you got was from Lori Vallow claiming Chad made a comment about a certain topic?
Correct.
And it wasn't really Chad who spoke to you about any of these things. It was Lori Vallow who was telling you about all of this casting and energy work, correct?
Not all of it, what came through her. Some stuff came through Chad as well.
Okay, well, let me rephrase that then. The vast majority of the information you received was from Lori Vallow claiming to say what Chad Daybell told her. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about the fact that Lori moved back into Texas with Charles. And when was that?
I don't have a specific date of that
You don't
recollection. No,
remember that? Okay.
I know it was in 2019, but I don't know when.
You were pretty specific about all of the questions when the prosecutor asked you questions about dates and times and comments.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and the counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that you were quite specific about your testimony in responding to the prosecutor's question?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that you were quite specific in your responses to the prosecutor about her questions?
Yes.
And yet, when I ask you about a question about Texas and Lori Vallow, you don't remember. Is that correct?
I don't remember the date, no.
Okay. Do you remember Lori moving to Hawaii in 2019?
Yes.
In early of 2019, February, do you recall that?
Yeah, it was around February, March, somewhere around there.
And do you recall the length of time that she was living in Hawaii during that time?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know whether or not JJ was with her during the time that she was in Hawaii for February and March?
To my knowledge, JJ was not with her,
To your knowledge, where was JJ?
with Charles.
Okay. And then subsequent to that stay in Hawaii, she then, I don't want to use the word reconcile, but got back together with Charles. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, she indicated that she was trying to clear up some financial issues.
Yes.
Did she go into detail that she was trying, did she ever mention to you that she was trying to convince Charles to make her the beneficiary of her life insurance again?
No.
But she did talk about financial issues, correct?
Yes, she just said that she needed to get her finances taken care of.
Okay. Now, you were present at the Mesa conference, correct? And ma'am, do you have a phone or something you're looking at?
No, I have my hands.
Okay. You were at the Mesa conference, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were also at the St. George conference.
Yes.
Do you ever recall at both of those conferences if Chad talked about knowing that he had a vision about Tammy's, short life?
Not that I recall.
Okay. You spoke about portals. Do you remember the prosecutor talking to you about portals?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that, and your comment was something to the effect, not in that context. Other than what Chad and Lori may have told you about portals, what is your knowledge of portals?
Not very much.
Okay. So prior to that time, you never learned anything or knew anything of portals?
No, not other than movies, but
Okay. Okay. You mentioned that the first time, and I believe this is what you said, is the first time you heard the word zombies was from Melanie Gibb in February of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, from Melanie and Lori.
Okay, so they were the ones who first used the term zombies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Melanie also spoke to you, or excuse me, Lori also spoke to you about the fact that she was relying on the income from JJ and Tylee to support herself. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some discussion about Melanie having enough money for all of us. And that was Melanie Pulowski.
Yes.
That was not Melanie Gibb.
Correct.
And Judge, could I have Exhibit 54B and Exhibit 54?
Yes, we'll provide those to you.
And Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 54B.
54B has been admitted, and you can publish that.
So ma'am, I'm looking at 54B and I'm a bit confused with the numeric system. It appears that at the top, it's starting as a 6. Is that right? Do you see that? Where it says D and L,
Yes.
and then as we progress down, it goes down to a 1.
Yes.
So again, it's just a matter of me being a little unclear about what this means. So do I understand that you start down as a 1 and you progress up to the higher number?
Yes.
Okay, so the higher number you are on the light scale, the better it is?
Yes.
And the higher number you are on the dark scale, the worse you are. Is that what that illustrates?
Yes.
And who told you that?
This particular drawing was done by Lori
Okay,
at a luncheon.
okay. And Chad wasn't present for that, right?
No, he was not there.
Okay. And then Judge, could I go to, may I have permission to publish 54?
Yes.
So I'm looking at Exhibit 54 and I'm looking at the numeric system again. And do you see where the 1 is?
Yes.
Top? And then just to the side of that is a number of circles with lines on top. Can you explain to me what that means?
I don't remember why I did that.
Okay, but what I noticed in this illustration, and who provided this one to you?
This is my own writing.
But you were relying on what? Memory of a visit with who?
This will be memory on some of the stuff that Lori had done on the prior writing, and also on the information that Chad had given me in regards to my prior lives
Was that in person that Chad gave you that information?
over the phone.
Okay. And again, the numbering system here, it looks like you have the 1 at the top and then it works itself down to a 6. So on this particular illustration, which way are we, if we're trying to be as light as possible, which direction are we trying to go in?
You're going from the 1 to the 6.
You're going down then.
I guess it really doesn't matter whether you're going up or down. It's just whether you're going from a 1 to a 6.
Okay. So in this illustration, however, that you're on the previous illustration, you talked about going up to a higher number, and that's where I became a little confused. In this illustration, you're talking about starting at the top and going down. So the way you're understanding at least this illustration is you needed to go down to a 6 to be lighter. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Do you understand that you need to go from a 1 to a 6 in a downward direction to become lighter?
The way that Chad and Lori were teaching this was that you would go from a 1 to a 6. I'm not too sure if I understand your question on the way that it was written, whether up or down.
Okay, well, I'm just pointing out that on this particular illustration, you drew the arrow in a downward direction. That doesn't mean anything then. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you have any recollection of talking to other folks about instances where you've had visions of your own?
Yes.
Okay. And in some of those instances, did you ever talk to people about having energy sessions and then these visions came to you without the urging of anybody else?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall talking about cutting and destroying cords, and that as part of your progress that you experienced visions and it involved the cutting of cords and the destroying of all the records around you? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
And Judge, could I will represent this is from Lori Forstyle, iCloud.com. And I'd like to refresh the witness's recollection with this. If I could have the bailiff approach, Judge.
You may.
If you would just read that. If you would just read that for me, I would appreciate it. Don't then just set it down or return it, have it returned to me, and then we'll talk about it.
Hey, beautiful. I just had an energy session.
No. Just read it to I apologize, Judge. I wasn't clear.
No, you were clear. Ms. Pastenis, this is just to refresh your recollection, but please don't read it expressly so the viewers can hear. You may just take a moment, read that to yourself, and once you're done, the questioning can continue.
Okay, and Mr. Bailiff, if I could have that returned to me. Did you have an opportunity to review that email?
Yes.
And there was some discussion about having an energy session with a friend, Stacy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What kind of energy session was that?
It was a session where the person connects to your energy and then sees if there is anything that would be negative energy or anything that would be influence you negatively, and that person will remove it.
Okay, and then I noted that in this you said, "Hey, beautiful," and do you recall who this was sent to?
No, I don't.
And Judge, if I could refresh your recollection, and ma'am, if you could look at the date and who it was to, and then review the note again, and then let me know when you're ready. Do you recall when this was sent?
Yes.
And when was it?
February 2019.
Okay, and who was it sent to?
It was sent to Lori.
And it talks about, the comment is, "Hey, beautiful," that you're referring to Lori Vallow at that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in letting her know you just had an energy session with a friend, Stacy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, this wasn't a situation where Lori encouraged you to have this energy session. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Well,
I don't think that she would have that.
okay, this was something that you took upon yourself to have an energy session with your friend Stacy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And said something about she was able to take metal cage that was put around me to block me from visions. What are they talking about? Someone putting a metal cage around you and blocking you from visions by Stacy.
This would be something that is energetically speaking, so it wouldn't be something that is physical.
Okay, it's a spiritual thing.
Mhm.
Okay, is this something that's consistent with your LDS beliefs?
No.
Okay, it's something that's outside of your LDS beliefs.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a mention of she cut the cords and destroyed all the records he was keeping of me. What are we talking about there?
I don't recall who I was talking about.
And who was keeping all the records of you?
I don't recall who.
Okay.
I have very little memory of that text or email, whatever it was.
And then at the bottom, and this was in February 13th of 2019. Do you recall putting in your statement, I will create a storm and bring protection to you? Do you recall that?
Mhm.
And what kind of storm are we bringing?
Yes.
For once, it wasn't me. What do you mean by I will bring a storm and bring protection to you?
It would be actually done energetically and spiritual as well.
Okay, so what kind of spiritual storm are we talking about?
It would be something that you imagine in your mind of sending protection to someone.
Okay. And then do you recall sending another email to Lori Vallow about being attacked one night and hearing an unrecognizable voice next to you?
I believe so.
Okay, do you remember when that was?
No, sir.
And Judge, again, I'd like to refresh your recollection with another opportunity.
All right.
Are you ready? Okay. And do you recall that this was on 12/19 of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall mentioning something, and do you recall who this was sent to?
Lori.
Okay. And do you recall mentioning that you were attacked while you were sleeping? Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
What were you attacked by while you were sleeping?
According to that, I was attacked by some demons.
Okay, so when you sent this message to Lori that you were attacked, you were indicating to her that while you were sleeping that night on the 19th, you were attacked by demons. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that you said to Lori that you heard a voice of something unrecognizable next to you. Do you recall what that was?
Yes, I recalled.
And
I
then you
just read.
mentioned, I'm sorry.
I said I recall what I just read.
And do you recall mentioning in the email that you saw demons and very dark ones attacking you?
Yeah, in my dream.
Okay. Did Chad tell you to say that you saw demons that night while you were sleeping?
No.
Did Lori tell you that night while you were sleeping that you were being attacked by demons and
No.
dark ones?
No.
That was your statement of something you experienced without the prompting of Lori or Chad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you woke up with a lot of pain again, same place. Third eye and crown. What does that mean?
It's your forehead.
It's a what?
Your forehead
Okay.
area.
There's a third eye on the forehead?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Is there a third eye on the forehead?
Energetically, when the area of the forehead right between your eyes is called the third eye.
Okay. And that's energetically?
Yes.
You don't actually see a third eye on your forehead at night when you're sleeping, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned to Lori that at the end of this on 12/19/2018, asking her if you guys could meet at the temple sometime the next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall talking to Lori Vallow about protecting her?
Yes, I did that in the past.
Okay. And do you remember when you did that,
No.
Mr. Bailiff? Sorry, I'm going to work you today.
And Your Honor, may the state inquire what the witness was just shown?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I could have it brought back and show you, counsel, if you'd like. I apologize. I should have done that.
I don't know if it has an exhibit number, but.
Doesn't, just to refresh your recollection, but I can choose that.
That's fine. Just wanted to make sure we know.
We're going to exchange here. Let's just get those back. Do you recall now that it was on the 3rd of November of 2018?
Yes.
Okay, now remind me again. When do you recall Lori first met Chad?
October 2018.
Okay. And that was at the end of 2018, is that right?
In the fall of 18. Mhm.
End of October, though. Was the St. George was the end of October?
I know it's in October. I don't know exactly the day.
Okay. And do you recall talking to Lori Vallow about, you got a clear message that you are to be protected? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this was from you to her, correct?
Yes.
And you were sending her a message saying, I'm getting a clear message that you're to be protected. So where were you getting this message from?
During my meditations and prayers.
Okay. And is that part of your LDS faith?
Yes.
Okay. So during part of your LDS faith, you're meditating and you're praying, and you got a clear message that Lori Vallow is to be protected, right?
Yes.
And then you went on to say that when I'm asked if I'm supposed to be one of your protectors, the answer was if angels were jumping for joy, saying yes, yes, yes 3 times. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So as part of your meditation and your prayer on the night of 11/3/2008, or the day before, you were having angels telling you that Lori Vallow should be protected and you should be her protector. Is that what I understand that to be?
I believe that you misstated that.
Okay. Well,
I believe I said it was as if angels were saying yes, yes, yes 3 times.
oh, was it?
Am I incorrect on that?
No, you're correct.
Okay.
You're correct. But when I asked, who did you ask if you were to be Lori Vallow's protector?
I was in prayer, so I was during prayer and meditation. I usually talk to God.
Okay. So when you were talking to God as part of your meditation and prayer, you got a definitive yes, yes, yes that you were to be Lori Vallow's protector. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a feeling of yes.
So that was a divine direction to you that you are to protect Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Do I understand this message to mean that you were to be, your part of your role, at least at that time, was to protect Lori Vallow?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Sustained.
Do you have a recollection of sending an email to a number of folks about angels talk to men and women?
No.
Do you recall having the email on 4/14/2019 regarding angels talking to women, men and women?
Yeah, now that I read it. Mhm.
I noted that there are a number of names there. There's Melanie Gibb, Christina Atwood, Nicole Earl, Melanie Boudreau, Pulowski, right? Same person.
Yes.
Zuluma, Serena Sharp, and April, right?
Sulema.
Dula, I'm sorry. And you've talked about Lori as a witness of that as well.
Yes.
And when you say angels still talk to men and women, is that implying that men and women are both good?
No, not implying that.
What does that mean when angels still talk to men and women?
I believe that in that email or text, I was referring to the testimony that Lori had given, saying that she had received directions and visitations from angels.
And those visitations were angels weren't ordained by Chad. Those were visions that she had on her own. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have knowledge of whether Chad encouraged her to have visions with these angels?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And the names that I just read off, would those be the 7 gatherers?
Yes, they were part of that
Okay.
email.
So that email that you sent out on 4/14 to Melanie Gibb and those other folks were in reference to your discussion about the angels. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you recall sending Lori Vallow a message about having a vision in the celestial room? Do
Probably, yes.
you remember the date of that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall the date of it now?
Yes.
11/29/18, is that right?
Yes.
You made mention, hey, love, I'm leaving now. Is that to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Have to go to work. LOL. What's funny about going to work?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
I have to go to work. LOL. What does that mean?
Didn't have any meaning behind it.
Okay, just a comment you made.
Just a comment.
Okay. Then you went on to say, I had the most amazing vision in the celestial room today. And that was on 11/29. Where was the celestial room?
In the temple.
Okay, so you were in the temple and you were letting Lori know that you were there on that day, right?
Yes.
And that you had a vision, correct?
Yes.
Now, that was about a month after you met Chad. Did Chad tell you to have that vision?
No.
Did Lori tell you to have that vision?
No.
Did anybody tell you to have that vision?
Nobody would tell you to have a vision.
Right, you have a vision on your own, correct?
Correct.
And when you have some sort of spiritual intervention, it's not necessarily someone telling you that you're having that. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, 610.
Sustained.
And then you went on to say, I have to tell you about it. You were going to tell Lori about your vision, right?
Yes.
And then you said something about, are you going to Melanie's tomorrow night? Would that be Melanie Gibbs?
I don't remember.
So the date was 11/29/2018.
Mhm.
So 11/30/2018, you were going over to some Melanie's house that night, right?
Apparently, yes.
And where were you living at that time?
Gilbert.
Where was Melanie Gibb living at that time?
Gilbert.
Okay. And Lori Vallow at that time?
She would have been living in either, I believe she was living in Gilbert or Chandler, that area.
Now have you heard the accusations about Brandon Boudreaux? Is that right?
What accusations?
About someone allegedly shooting at Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Pulaski's ex?
Yes, I heard of that.
Okay. And do you know who is accused of doing that?
Yes.
And who is that?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in planning the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
No.
Okay. Did you know about the fact that he was going to do that?
No.
Okay. And again, ma'am, if we could just go over this very quickly. You initially met Alex Cox when?
I met him at the conference in November of 2018.
Okay. So now you remember it's November of 2018, not in October of 2018 was the conference.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and this was asked and answered.
Sustained.
The conference in November of 2018, was that the conference Chad was speaking at?
There was a conference in Mesa, Arizona in November of 2018, and Chad was speaking at the conference, and he also had a table where he was selling books.
Was that in St. George or was that in Mesa?
I just said it was in Mesa
Okay. And then when was the St. George conference?
in October
What year?
2018.
Okay. So you met Alex in November of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you noted that, at least to your knowledge, Alex and Chad were not close or knew each other, correct?
They were not close.
Okay.
But they didn't appear to be.
Now, you've heard the allegations regarding Charles Vallow, is that right?
What allegations?
That Charles Vallow was shot?
Yes.
And you know who is accused of shooting Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Are you aware that initially that was determined to be a self-defense?
Yes.
And then subsequently, the police officers changed their thoughts on that, is that right?
Yes.
Are you also aware that Chad Daybell has not been criminally implicated in that allegation?
No, I was not aware of that.
So then you met Alex in November of 2018, and then you didn't start dating him at that point, is that correct?
No.
You started dating him in about August of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And then how often would you see him in August of 2019?
I saw him at a few times in Lori's house, and then one time in August we went out to dinner together.
Okay, so one dinner date in August of 2019.
Mhm.
And then when again did you get engaged?
In November of 2019.
So between August and November, when you got engaged, how many dates did you go on?
Relevant, Your Honor. Objection.
Overruled.
We saw each other about 3 times before then.
All right, so you saw each other 3 times and then you got engaged in November. Do you remember when in November you got engaged?
I believe it was November 7th,
And then the marriage took place when?
at the end of November.
And Judge, may I have just a moment to go through my notes?
Yes. you
Thank
may.
you, Your Honor. Oh. As part of your testimony today, were you interviewed or prepared for by anybody prior to your testimony? Help in preparation?
I had interviews with prosecution.
Okay, when did that take place?
When I arrived in Boise Sunday night.
Prior to that time, it appears that you've been interviewed by a number of police officers. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you have any idea how many police officers have interviewed you?
No.
Okay. You remember discussing your case with Officer Hermosillo?
In what occasion?
4/29/21 in Arizona?
Yeah, I believe that was one of the interviews I had with them.
Do you remember that interview?
Parts of it, yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time that there was a discussion about attempting to make your testimony credible?
I don't recall that.
Judge, could I have a sidebar, please?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take up a quick, hopefully quick evidentiary issue that will take a moment to publish something outside of your presence. So I am going to have you take a quick break here. Should take, I would think, 10 to 15 minutes to do this. So I'll have you retire from the courtroom briefly while we take care of that. We'll let you know when we're ready to come back in with more evidence.
All right, please.
All right, you can be seated. All right. We discussed on a sidebar there, and I'll note now the jurors are not present, but for purposes of refreshing the witness's recollection, I'm going to permit the publishing to the witness a portion of an exhibit that I don't believe has been admitted. So identify what it is you're publishing as well as you can, Mr. Pryor, including any timestamp on it, and I'll permit that.
Judge, this is a tape recording from 4/29/21 between Officer Hermosillo, Officer Iacomato, I think counsel for Ms. Pastenes, Mr. Smith, and Ms. Smith, and a discussion regarding credibility.
All right, once you have that teed up, just indicate what exhibit number proposed it would be and where you're playing it from.
And Judge, I'm proposing that it's exhibit number 88 by the defense. I'm going to be, I'll represent to the court that it's 1 hour, 57 minutes and 43 seconds is the entire tape. I am going to attempt to try to start this at 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
And I would like to put this up on the HDMI if I may, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
As we've gone over things, we've been going over reports that you have given to Gilbert initially without his death. And some of those statements that you gave them don't match what you gave us the last time we talked. So I just wanted to clarify kind of why you told them something completely different. Okay? So when I was discussing last time with you, about
Was this the day that Alex died? Is that what you're talking about?
the day Alex died. So do you remember anything that you told those guys as far as Lori and Chad? Or...
Very, very little. I don't remember much of what happened. To tell you the truth, there's a part of like between like 2 weeks there that there isn't much, it's very foggy for me. But that night specifically, there are certain things that I remember, but not all of it. And I don't remember, like I can't put a timeline together. Like I don't know what happened first and what happened next. I don't know which one was first and which one was second. I really don't. I've been trying to put it together, but I can't have been able to.
We've also never seen what, say it's just reported to a maid, so it's,
Well, I can let you look at a copy, but so when Gilbert Police, let me just preface this. We're just trying to eliminate some of the things maybe defense for Lori and Chad are going to bring up during trial. Okay. And part of that defense could be that they try to pin this on other people, right? So, or make you not look as credible as what you are in case you have to testify.
Mhm.
So in order for us to make you look credible and to use what you say in court, we want to kind of jump out ahead of any type of defense that they're going to bring up. And try to make it look like you are lying or trying to get back at them or something like that. So in going over these reports, that's kind of what we were doing to make sure that everything that you told us kind of matches what has happened, right? And so when we were going over Gilbert's reports, there's some things in there that you said that you told us about when you last talked to Chad and Lori and about when you, well, I'll just come out and ask you. You told Gilbert that you had no idea
how to get a hold of Lori and Chad when they ask you to, how to. Can you tell me why you told them that?
Judge, that I believe was at, I believe it ended at, I think 10:10, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll note the times, then the witness has been able to hear that. And so at this point, we can have the jurors return. And then if you wish to question on that, I'll just note for your benefit, Mr. Pryor, looking at this previous response and question, the question you posed was there ever a time that there was a discussion about attempting to make your testimony credible? And the witness answered, I do not recall that.
Okay.
So that's where we left off before the issue came up, and we'll have the jurors return. Also, it's going to take the jurors a few more minutes to.
All right, please. Please all present account for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. You can continue, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, with the court's permission, may I ask that the court reporter read back the last question?
Yes. And to clarify there, Madam Reporter, that would be the question posed before we talked about, breaking the sidebar. Yeah, the same one I read back just momentarily ago.
First time that there was a discussion about that's one credit answer. I do not follow.
You've had an opportunity now to review an interview between you and Officer Hermosillo, is that right?
Yes,
And your previous testimony was that in terms of someone trying to make your testimony more credible, do you have a better recollection of that situation?
yes,
And at that time, in your discussions with Officer Hermosillo, was there a discussion about attempting to make your testimony more credible?
yes,
And was there a discussion about you making inconsistent statements to other police agencies and that Officer Hermosillo was trying to reconcile those two inconsistencies?
yes, he was trying to reconcile.
And at that point, was it also your discussion with Officer Hermosillo that he was trying to make it so that they could minimize how a defense attorney may attack you in terms of those inconsistent statements?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that Officer Hermosillo was trying to put you in a position where you would testify in order that you wouldn't be as vulnerable to attack by the defense counsel?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was it your understanding that Officer Hermosillo was aiding you in trying to make it so that defense counsel could not attack you about your inconsistent statements to various police agencies?
yes.
And Officer Hermosillo again is who?
He's one of the law enforcement that interviewed me.
From the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes,
In addition, Officer Kia Kamano was there as well, is that right?
yes,
And your attorney was there as well, right?
yes,
Was it your understanding as part of that meeting that what you were attempting to do was to get your story straight when you had to testify in a trial of this case?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative misstates the evidence or
Overruled.
testimony.
It's overruled.
Is it your understanding that what Officer Kia Kamano of the Rexburg Police Department, Officer Hermosillo of the Rexburg Police Department, and your lawyer and you were trying to get your story straight about all the inconsistent statements you made to various police
Objection, Your
agencies?
Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
That's sustained. I strike the question.
Officer Hermosillo is trying to make your testimony more credible, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You had previously heard about inconsistent statements you may have made to various agencies. Is that right?
Yes,
And Officer Hermosillo talked about minimizing the impact of defense counsel in your questioning, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And the purpose of that meeting was just so that you would be able to get your story straight, was it not, ma'am?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. Argumentative.
Sustained.
What do you understand the purpose of Officer Hermosillo telling you that he was trying to make you credible in front of a jury?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
That was not asked, Judge.
It's overruled. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, would you read back that question for me, please?
What do you understand the purpose of Officer Hermosillo telling you that he was trying to be credible?
my understanding was that there were some inconsistencies and he wanted to clarify them to, just like he said, to be ahead of what you're doing right now.
And the discussion was directly to you that we were trying to get ahead of the defense counsel so that we were prepared for the potential attack on all of the inconsistent statements that you have made. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that question.
So getting ahead of the curve, what do you mean by getting ahead of the curve?
I didn't say ahead of the curve. Did I say ahead of the curve?
What do you recall Officer Hermosillo saying, getting ahead of what?
Objection, Your Honor. These have been asked and answered.
Overruled.
If you don't remember, Judge, we can refresh your recollection once again.
I'd prefer you just continue on with cross, Mr. Pryor.
Do you believe it was the intent of your discussion with Officer Hermosillo on that day of 4/29 of 21 to prepare you to testify today?
Yes,
And you believe that as part of that preparation, he was discussing with you how we can, you folks, you, your lawyer, Officer Serkia Kamano and Officer Hermosillo can frame your testimony in a way that resolves some of the.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative and it's misstating the testimony. And it's been
Sustained.
asked and answered.
It's sustained.
Judge, I want the witness to go back and have to review the,
Well, there hasn't been any response, Mr. Pryor, that she doesn't recall. It's just been some sustained objections in the way of framing questions. So just ask additional questions and then we'll see if she needs to be refreshed or not.
do you specifically recall what Officer Hermosillo referenced when he said he was trying to get you ahead of something?
yes.
What did he say?
He said that he was trying to get ahead of what you're doing right now.
So in other words, he was aiding you in resolving different statements you may have made in the past.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Move to strike as well.
It is
What-
stricken and it is stricken, and I'll reiterate, and I may not have done this before. When I indicate things are stricken, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that means you are to disregard that and not consider it in any way in your deliberations. And I've said that on multiple occasions here, but that's just a clarifying instruction from the court at this time. Mr. Pryor, you can continue.
And what did you understand when Officer Hermosillo was trying to get us ahead of something? What exactly was he trying to get ahead of for your benefit?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that the purpose of your meeting with Officer Hermosillo was to mold your testimony in a certain way today?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
Isn't it true that the
Oh,
purpose?
Mr. Pryor,
I'm sorry.
there was a
Judge.
question posed. She didn't answer yet. Let's see if she answers the question, please.
No, it was not to mold it.
Okay. What do you believe the purpose was?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained. It's sustained, Mr. Pryor, and we're not going to keep going down the same path of asked and answered. So you either need to change topics or we need to move on one way or another.
At any other time, did you meet with a police officer to discuss the credibility of your previous testimony?
Not that I recall.
So this would have been the only instance where you were with a police officer discussing that very topic. Is that right?
I believe so.
And would you agree with Officer Hermosillo that in the past, in talking with police officers and law enforcement agencies, that you have had an occasion to tell inconsistent stories about the circumstances regarding this case?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative and it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled.
And Ms. Clerk, would you please read back the question for me?
During that meeting, we were talking about something that I had said that I have no recollection of. There are plenty of times during of that day, that evening and the following days that I have no recollection of.
Do you have a recollection of Officer Hermosillo mentioning to you that you've given inconsistent statements in the past?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Once you're ready, Ms. Blake, you can conduct any redirect.
Ms. Pastenis, you were asked if you met with the prosecution. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And have you met with me before?
Yes.
Has anything I told you altered your testimony?
No.
Have any questions I asked you had any kind of an effect on your recollection?
No.
And is your testimony today based on your recollection of events?
Yes.
And you were asked about the inconsistent statement, and you indicated it was given during a time that you don't have a lot of recollection. Is that correct?
Yes. It was this somebody was asking me, supposedly somebody was asking me a question during the time when Alex was in the emergency room and they were doing CPR and resuscitation. And I have no recollection of anything that happened that night.
So your husband was in the emergency room,
Yes, he had stopped breathing.
and ultimately he passed away.
Yes.
Overruled.
When you met with Detective Hermosillo, Detective Kaikamanu, and your counsel, did you do more than just discuss those brief statements given to Gilbert?
Yes.
In fact, was a complete interview done?
Yes. There were many interviews done.
And you discussed a lot more than that in that interview, is that correct?
Probably more than likely.
And you were asked about who it was that you would generally communicate with about these spiritual teachings of Chad and Lori's. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Was it Lori that you would usually talk to?
Yes.
Do you know where the ideas originated from?
The ideas originated from Chad.
And do you recall talking about that preparing a people conference in November of 2018 in Arizona?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you recall talking about another gathering at Lori's house that was around that same time?
Yes.
And again, who was it that was teaching about the translation process?
It was Chad.
And Lori wasn't teaching. Oh, translation process.
It was Chad.
Was Lori teaching?
No, she was sitting with us on the couch as the student, not the teacher.
Did Chad stay at Lori's house in November of 2018?
Yes.
Were there any other men there?
No, man.
Were you with Chad or Lori the whole time at that gathering at Lori's house?
No, I left shortly after they gave me a blessing.
So you wouldn't know if they had any interactions when you weren't present.
Correct.
Were Chad's teachings part of the standard LDS teachings?
No.
Did you believe at that time that Chad could in fact discern light people from dark people?
Yes, he had indicated that since he had had a near-death experience and he didn't have a veil, that he could communicate with the spirit world and that he had information that perhaps other people, like normal people, wouldn't have. So yes, I did believe that he could discern that.
You were shown a message that referenced the cutting of cords. Do you recall that? Did
Yes.
counsel showing you that? Where did you learn the idea of cutting of cords?
There was something that Lori and Chad were teaching in regards to how a spirit needs to be attached to the body by certain amount of cords, in how those cords would be cut before a person would be dying.
And I think council asked you about Chad and Lori telling you that you had some spiritual gifts with being able to discern the weather.
Yes.
And is that who told you you had those gifts?
Yeah, Chad did.
And Chad told you to practice that?
Yeah.
And where did you learn the idea or first learn of spiritual attacks?
I think the first time I've ever heard read from it was in the scriptures when there was mentions of people being possessed and attacked by evil spirits.
And did Chad and Lori talk about spiritual attacks as well?
Yes.
Did the way they describe them differ from what you'd read before?
Yes. It was a much more detailed way that they were teaching it.
And did they talk to you about spiritual weapons?
Yes.
Did you ever turn to Chad to ask for assistance with spiritual weapons?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he could help with that?
Yes.
Did he tell you whether he could send spiritual weapons?
He has said that he could actually visualize them and then remove them.
And you were asked a lot about the 7 gatherers.
Yeah.
The 7 gatherers was a Gmail account, is that right?
Yes.
And in that Gmail account, 7 people had access?
Yes.
And the idea of castings, did Chad and Lori talk to you about that at different times?
Yeah.
And if a casting was successful, a spirit would be cast out, is that right?
Yes.
And there were times another spirit may come in.
Yes.
That didn't mean the first casting wasn't successful, is that right?
Correct.
And if the casting was ultimately successful and the spirit's cast out and no other spirit comes in, what would happen to the body?
The body will finally die naturally.
Was Tammy deemed dark?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It goes beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'm gonna overrule that. I think that was brought up in direct.
Was Tammy Daybell deemed dark?
Yes, as she was deemed that she had been possessed, so she had become a zombie.
And is Tammy alive?
No.
Was Charles deemed dark?
Yes.
Is Charles alive?
No.
Was JJ deemed dark?
Yes.
Is JJ alive?
No.
Was Tylee deemed dark?
Yes.
And is Tylee alive?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Ms. Pastenes, before you step down, let me inquire from the state, would this witness potentially be recalled?
The state would excuse Ms. Pastenes.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, Ms. Pastenes is under subpoena from my office. I'd like to keep that subpoena in place.
Okay. Since you'll continue to be under subpoena then, Ms. Pastenes, the order of the court prohibits you from watching the trial until you're through testifying, so it is easily accessible. I would be asking you if you have watched it in any way or observed it here or online where it's available to see. So refrain from doing that since you are still under subpoena. And with that, you may go ahead and step down, and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
You're welcome. All right, is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Garth Warren.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Witness has been sworn. Let me just inquire. I believe just to clarify, Mr. Wood, this is not an expert. Is this an expert witness that the exclusionary rule would not apply to?
I believe it would not apply.
I guess if you could advise. the
He
court,
is,
who
this is,
this witness?
Dr. Garth Warren is a medical examiner in the state of Idaho. He's a licensed pathologist.
Okay. I'll just inquire, I guess, and then make a determination if I need to. But have you been reviewing or watching any of the trial testimony in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, then I'll just go ahead and allow for direct examination, Mr. Wood, without needing to determine whether that would apply in this case or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you, well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Garth Warren, Garthwarren.
What is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic pathologist for the Ada County Coroner's Office.
And as a forensic pathologist, are you a duly licensed physician in the state of Idaho?
Yes.
How long have you been licensed to practice your profession?
For 7 years in Idaho and before that, 5 years in Colorado.
And are you presently engaged in the practice of that same profession?
Yes.
Where did you receive your training in pathology?
So I did my general pathology training at Oregon Health and Sciences University in Portland, Oregon. And that was 3 years. And after I completed that, I stayed on for 2 years and completed a neuropathology fellowship, which is essentially just specialized training in the brain and spinal cord. And then I went to Denver Office of the Medical Examiner in Denver, Colorado for my forensic pathology fellowship, which was 1 year.
And what are your duties as a medical examiner in Ada County, Idaho?
So working for the Ada County Coroner's Office, our office investigates a wide variety of deaths. And there's certain deaths that fall under our jurisdiction. Typically, those are non-natural deaths. So any suicides, accidents, homicides, and natural deaths as well. Not all natural deaths, but for instance, a young individual who passes away and there's not a good explanation of why they passed away. We'd investigate something like that. So those cases would come to our office. And my job is essentially to try to figure out why the person died. And the main tool that I use for that is the autopsy. We use other studies as well. But I use an autopsy to try to figure out why they died. And then ultimately, my job is to determine the cause and manner of death.
And you work at the Ada County Coroner's Office, correct?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, does Ada County have a contract with Fremont and Madison counties for you and other medical examiners to perform autopsy work?
Yes.
During your experience in the Ada County Coroner's Office, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
So about 200 to 250 autopsies for 7 years. So over 1,500 autopsies.
So that's per year, that initial number you gave? Okay. Can you say yes, sorry, into the microphone? Or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are you on staff or affiliated in any way with any universities or academic institutions?
Yes, the Idaho College of Medicine. We have medical students. I'm an adjunct professor there. We have medical students who come over and do rotations with us. And we show them what forensic pathology is like, and they rotate for about a month. And we have a number of those students who come and rotate at our office.
Are you a member of any specialized medical or scientific groups or associations?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and also the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. They're both governing bodies for coroners and medical examiners throughout the country. And they do a wide variety of functions in education. They also accredit offices, basically give them a stamp of approval if they've met all the criteria set forth.
And the accreditation, is your office accredited?
Yes.
Can you briefly tell the jury what the American Board of Pathology is?
Yes, so the American Board of Pathology is one of a number of different boards of in medicine. There's the American Board of Pathology, there's the American Board of Surgery, there's the American Board of Family Medicine, and so forth. So ultimately, their goal is to certify pathologists and give them a stamp of approval and say, now you're certified, now you can go out and you can practice as a pathologist. How they do that is after you complete your training. So for instance, after I completed my general pathology training at Oregon, I had to go take a day-long test, and then you have to pass that test. And then after that, the board will say you're board certified, and then you can go practice. And the same thing with neuropathology and forensic pathology, the same thing happened.
And are you certified in pathology?
Yes.
And you've mentioned forensic pathology. Can you define that term or describe what that means for the jury?
So it's really the practice of medicine, specifically forensic pathology, and performing autopsies in the context of the legal system. So I often go to court and testify, not on every case, but on many cases. So it's the combination of we're applying medicine and forensic pathology to the legal system.
Are you the author of any textbooks or any specific papers in the field of pathology?
I published papers when I was a neuropathology fellow.
Can you explain for the jury what the difference is between a manner of death and cause of death?
Yes. So the cause of death is the natural event or the traumatic injury that ultimately sets into motion a series of events that causes somebody to die. So for instance, a heart attack, that would be a cause of death, or a gunshot wound to the head would be a cause of death. Manner of death is a little different. It deals with more of the circumstances surrounding the death. In most states, you have 5 options. You have natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then undetermined. And based on the circumstances, you essentially pick one of those. An example I always give is a gunshot wound to the head. A gunshot wound to the head could be self-inflicted. It could be by somebody else, a homicide. It could be an accident. So in order to determine whether it's one of those, you really have to know the circumstances of death. You have to know the scene, and you can't just base it on the autopsy because it could look exactly the same.
And can you tell the jury what an unattended death is?
So an unattended death is essentially a death that's unattended, or that's not attended by a physician. So if you pass away in the hospital and there is a physician present, that would be an attended death. If you pass away at your home, or if somebody passes away in a public park, that would be considered an unattended death.
Is there a general procedure you follow when performing an autopsy?
Yes.
During your years of experience as a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist, have you had occasion to observe many cases in which the cause of death was homicide or linked to a homicide?
Yes.
Doctor, were you involved in the autopsy of JJ or Joshua Jackson Vallow?
Yes.
When was that?
That was on June 11th, 2020,
Where did that autopsy take place?
at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Was this the first time you had ever seen JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long that autopsy lasted?
It lasted approximately 4 hours.
And did you write a report summarizing your findings for that autopsy?
Yes.
Based on that autopsy and based on your education, training, and experience, have you formed an opinion concerning the cause of death of JJ Vallow?
Yes, I have.
What was that cause of death?
Asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Can you explain for the jury how that autopsy commenced? What were the first steps?
So as we mentioned, the first time that I saw JJ was in the morgue at the Ada County Coroner's Office. I went into the morgue and JJ was received in a sealed black body bag. It was sealed to preserve evidence by law enforcement. So that was the first time that I'd seen JJ, and we broke the seal at that time, and we opened up the sealed black body bag. And within the body bag, JJ was further enclosed within a black tarp that was held together with multiple strips of duct tape. So we opened that bag, and that was really the first time I got a good look at JJ.
And what did you observe when you were able to see him?
So a couple things jumped out that were pretty obvious. One was there was a plastic bag that was over JJ's head, and it was wrapped around the face with duct tape all the way down to the neck. The forearms and the hands were also they were bound with duct tape. The ankles were bound with duct tape, and JJ was clothed in a red pajama top, red pajama bottom, disposable diaper, and black socks. And then you could also tell even when he was clothed. Really, the only part of his skin that was showing at that point were his upper arms, and you could tell he was in a state of decomposition. It didn't look like normal skin. It was green and kind of had a green and tan, leathery appearance to it. So I could tell that JJ was in a state of decomposition.
Were photographs taken of this autopsy?
Yes.
Once you were able to observe JJ, what did you do next?
So after we photographed that, we undressed JJ. We took the pajama bottoms and tops off. We took the socks off, and we submitted those to law enforcement. We removed the plastic bag and the duct tape around the head and the neck, and we submitted that to law enforcement. We removed the duct tape that bound his arms and his legs, and we submitted that to law enforcement. And at that point in time, JJ was nude on the table, and we collected other evidence at that point in time. So in addition to everything that was on JJ, we also took hand swabs from both hands, nail swabs. The nails actually came off fairly easily because of the state of decomposition. So we ended up submitting all the nails as evidence as well. We also took oral swabs, anal swabs, and penile swabs at that time.
And were those swabs a part of an external examination?
Yes. At that point in time, we had still not started the internal portion of the autopsy.
And did you do anything else as part of the external examination?
Yes. So the autopsy really consists of an internal examination and an external examination. We start with the external examination, and I describe everything on JJ from his hair color to his eye color, his ears, his teeth, the fingernails, all the way down to his feet. And I'm just looking for any signs of natural disease or any kind of trauma that would help me explain why JJ passed away.
Did you see any external signs of disease?
I did not.
Did you see any external signs of trauma?
I did.
Can you describe those for the jury?
So one of the things that jumped out was there were scratch-like abrasions on the left side of JJ's neck. In addition to that, there was bruising on JJ's right and left upper arm, and a symmetrical bruising. And in addition, there was diffuse hemorrhage under one of JJ's fingernails, his right thumb. There's diffuse hemorrhage under his thumbnail.
And I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Can you define that type of hemorrhage?
It's called a subungual hemorrhage.
And what does that mean?
I mean, there's been force or trauma to the finger. Just like I don't know if you've ever, for instance, slammed your finger in the door. You get that diffuse hemorrhage underneath your fingernail. That would be a subungual hemorrhage.
And did you observe?
Can I have him spell that term of what's after sub on the hemorrhage?
Please, let me give this a shot. SUBUNGUAL.
Thank you.
And did you, observe any other signs of possible trauma on JJ's external body?
The only other thing I found, there was what appeared to be possible bruising on JJ's ankles, just to the naked eye after we removed the duct tape. It looked like possible bruising. You do have to be careful when the body's in a state of decomposition, because sometimes decomposition can look like bruising. So there were some things that we did to rule out that, both in the arms and the ankles.
And what is it that you did to examine that or rule that out?
So what you do in that case is you make incisions into the skin, and you look for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. The general rule of thumb is if it's true and it's real, you'll see actual hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. If it's most likely decomposition, then you won't see that hemorrhage. So when we did that on the arms, both of the arms showed bleeding in the subcutaneous tissue. So to me, that meant they were real bruises. There was no definitive hemorrhage in the areas that I thought to be possible hemorrhage in the ankles. So although it looked like bruising, I can't say that it was.
But on the arms, what was your conclusion on his arms?
That it was bruising.
Did you perform an internal examination as part of your autopsy?
I did.
Can you just briefly kind of explain that process for the jury?
Yes. So we do make incisions in the body to look at to get access to the brain, and also to look at the heart and the lungs and the liver and all the different organs. In this case, JJ's organs were remarkably intact, considering how long he was probably deceased. They did have decomposition, but they were very well intact, well formed. So I was able to evaluate each organ. Essentially, what I found was there was decomposition changes, but there was no evidence of overt trauma or overt natural disease, either just looking at it or under the microscope, looking at tissues under the microscope.
And just to be clear, you said you saw no signs of natural disease.
Correct.
Did you check for rib fractures?
I did. In this case, what you can do to get even a better look for rib fractures, you can peel a thin layer called the pleura that lines the ribs, and you can get a really good look at the ribs. I saw no rib fractures. And in addition, we did do full body x-rays on JJ. I think we took 6 x-rays looking for fractures, and I did not see any overt fractures or bony abnormalities on x-ray either.
Were you able to observe his lungs?
Yes.
What did you observe there?
His lungs essentially showed decomposition changes, like I stated, but there was no evidence of natural disease, either grossly looking at them. And I also took sections of the lungs and looked at them under the microscope, and I did not see any obvious natural disease under the microscope as well.
Did you gather any samples for testing from JJ's body?
Yes.
What were those? Do you recall?
Yes. So typically in an autopsy, we try to get blood, urine, and vitreous fluid. So vitreous fluid is fluid in the eyeball. We can do a number of different tests on those samples. In this particular case, because of the state of decomposition, we were unable to get blood, urine, or vitreous fluid. So what you do in that case is you can use a sample from a different organ. The liver is a good sample to get for toxicology. So we obtained liver to send out for toxicology, and then we also obtained a portion of a rib. We also obtained 2 molars. We obtained hair samples for potential DNA analysis that might be needed later on.
And did you stated that you sent some of those samples off for testing?
Correct.
Do you recall what the results of that testing was?
Yes. So the liver sample we sent for toxicology, and it came back positive for ethanol or alcohol, low levels of ethanol. It came back for a what's called GHB or gamma hydroxybutyric acid. It also came back positive for caffeine, and it came back positive for theobromine.
And did any of those elements or those the amounts of those substances cause you any concern?
So the caffeine is caffeine. We all know what caffeine is. That's very common. We get that. That didn't bother me. The theobromine, that's essentially, that can be found in tea and cocoa products. So that did not concern me as well. The ethanol, that very well could have been a byproduct of decomposition. That's very common. We see that a lot. So I can't completely rule out that JJ wasn't exposed to alcohol when he was alive, but it's very possible that it was just postmortem production from the decomposition process. And then the GHB. So what GHB is, it's essentially, it's a CNS or central nervous system depressant. It can be found, or it is found naturally in the body. So it's found predominantly in the brain and the spinal cord, and it can be also found in peripheral tissues. But it is also a drug that's used for both medicinal and recreational purposes as well. So for medicinal purposes, sometimes it's used for narcolepsy. For recreational purposes, it's often called liquid ecstasy. Sometimes it's referred to as a date rape drug. But in addition, so it has CNS depressants. It also can cause euphoria, increased libido, and it can also cause amnesia or memory loss while the drug is on board. So that was a concern when I saw that. But the level that it was at, I can't tell if he was exposed to it or if it was produced postmortem. It very well could have been produced postmortem, but I also can't rule out that it was ingested.
Your Honor, I just note, looking at the time, this is normally when I would introduce some pictures. I don't think we're gonna really have time to get into that. If it's all right with the court, I'm gonna move forward with a little bit of other questioning and then pick up in the morning.
Okay, let's do that because we'll likely need to rearrange the gallery as well for that. So thank you, Mr. Wood. You may continue.
Doctor, were you involved in the autopsy of Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
When was that?
that was on the same day as JJ's autopsy. So that was June 11th, 2020.
And where did that take place?
That was also at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Was this the first time you had ever seen Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
How long did that autopsy last?
that autopsy took longer. It took about a week.
And why was that?
Tylee's autopsy was different. Typically, when I do an autopsy, I get an intact body, and I go through the same procedures that I did with JJ. And that in Tylee's case, her body was received in multiple bags. It was received in two of the bags were body bags, sealed body bags. A third bag was a brown paper bag, and it contained 5 additional paper bags within that were sealed. And within all of those bags were human remains, a combination of bones, tissue, organs, and then also quite a bit of mud and dirt and other debris. So you can imagine with that many bags going through, cleaning them, trying to figure out what is what, it took a long time.
Did you write a report summarizing your findings for that autopsy?
I did.
Based on that autopsy and upon your education, training, and experience, have you formed an opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
I have.
What is that?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
And when you say homicide by unspecified means, is that a specific categorization?
It is. So essentially what it means is after reviewing all the information and performing the autopsy and doing toxicology and so forth, that I believe that Tylee, that she was murdered. I think it was a homicide. But because of the state of the body, I just can't say exactly how. So this term, homicide by unspecified means, it's well known in the forensic literature. It's been used by forensic pathologists for years. And there's certain guidelines and criteria in the forensic literature that are out there to kind of help guide you when you're thinking about using this as a term. So those criteria are: 1, it has to be objectively suspicious circumstances. And there are a number of examples they give for that. So the one is that the body is clearly out of sight and has been put in a way that's try to hide the body. Another one is that the evidence has been someone's tried to conceal the evidence. So that would be something like burning the body or dismembering the body or dumping bleach on the body. So in this case, Tylee was dismembered, and she was also set on fire. So that clearly fit within that criteria. The second criteria is based on the autopsy, you can't determine an obvious cause of death. And there's 2 parts to that. One, if you have an intact body, you do the full autopsy and there's no other reason why this individual should be dead. You can't find anything. The second would be there's not enough of the body to make a determination. So Tylee fit within that second category in that. The third criteria is toxicology. Is there any evidence that toxicology played a role in the decedent's death? In this particular case, there was not that I could find. And then the fourth criteria is that based on historical and social information, is there a good explanation why she could have been dead? And based on the medical records and the information that I had, I didn't think there was a reasonable explanation for Tylee to be dead. So based on that, I called it homicide by unspecified means.
And you mentioned you did review her medical records.
I did.
Did she have any, do you recall what her medical history was?
Yes, I do. So she had a history of anxiety and she had panic attacks. She also had a history of ovarian cysts. They were benign, but they would sometimes cause her discomfort. She also had a history of pancreatitis, She had multiple bouts of pancreatitis, is inflammation of the pancreas. There's multiple reasons why you can have pancreatitis. In adults, it's usually alcohol or gallstones that causes pancreatitis. In children and adolescents, you get a little broader differential. It could be a wide variety of things. It could be the anatomy is a little different, and that causes inflammation. It could be a number of different prescription medications. So based on her medical records, they didn't know exactly why she was getting them. There was mention that every time she took an antibiotic, which is one of the drugs that can cause pancreatitis, that she would tend to get pancreatitis. So that may have played a role. And then the other thing that she had was, it's called mesenteric adenitis. So that's essentially, you have lymph nodes in your abdomen in the adipose tissue. So if you get a virus or those can become inflamed and they can cause pain. And they can cause pain that's similar to like your appendix. So I believe that is it for what I remember from her medical records.
And did anything in that medical history, were any of those things you just described problematic enough to explain her death?
No, not in my opinion.
Your Honor, I know at the time, and the state is certainly willing and able to keep going, but leave that to the deference of the court. on
Okay.
scheduling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wood. We're going to go ahead and conclude for the day. I'll note tomorrow when we come back on, I anticipate you're going to have photos that we won't be broadcasting. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set the gallery up to accommodate that tomorrow. We will go ahead and adjourn for the day. Thank you for complying with courtroom conduct order. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the juror, for your attentiveness today. Please follow the court's admonishment as you break for the day to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to research the case, look the case up in any way, or follow the case in any media. We'll have you fill out your juror affirmation when you return tomorrow. We'll continue with the direct examination of Dr. Warren tomorrow morning at 8:30, and that will be it for today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, wait.
All right, you guys, that was that. Let's see. It is 6:26. I guess. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Let me. Hold on, guys. I'm looking at something real quick. I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and start day 19 right now, and then try to chunk through a little bit. That way it would be great because I wouldn't have to change my thumbnail and my title because it does say 18 and 19, I think. Yeah, it does. So we won't be able to finish 19, of course, because it's 7 hours long, but we can at least start it. And let me share. All right. I can find the right spot.
Thanks, Coach, for signing.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, if we could have the jurors brought in, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes the jurors are all present, accounted for, properly seated. Courts received the juror affirmation from all of the jurors indicating they followed the court's admonishing instruction yesterday as we broke for the day. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction from the court. We concluded the afternoon yesterday with Dr. Warren on the stand in direct examination, and I believe the state is continuing with direct of Dr. Warren. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to have the witness return to the stand, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you.
All right, I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for purposes of your testimony here today. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Warren, yesterday we left off. We had spoken about JJ Vallow's autopsy, and we're in the process of speaking about Tylee Ryan's.
Right.
And I think we left off on talking about her medical history. When you received Tylee Ryan, how did you receive her remains?
So as I briefly spoke about yesterday, I received her remains in multiple bags. 2 bags were in black body bags that were sealed. One of the bags was a brown paper bag with multiple other smaller brown paper bags within that bag. So essentially what we did is, the first thing we did is we x-rayed all of the bags. I think we took a total of 28 x-rays. And essentially we were looking for any kind of projectile or weapon fragments, or and what we saw in this case were multiple bones. And there was also a fair amount of what you could tell was debris, which ended up being mud and dirt and rocks. So that's the first thing we did, is we took multiple x-rays. And then we opened each bag and we went through all of the remains. And like I said yesterday, this took about a week. It took a lot of time, but we were able to separate all the debris in the mud, and we were able to get several bones. There were some organs that were still identified, and also some soft tissues that we were able to identify.
What organs were you able to identify?
So the organs that I identified were the heart, the right and left lung, a portion of the liver, one of the kidneys, small fragments of brain tissue, and a few small segments of bowel. Now, just so you know, all of these tissues were charred, they were blackened, they were shrunken. Some of them were partially burned away. So these weren't intact organs that looked like normal organs. They definitely had fire artifact.
And were you able to identify any portions of her skeletal structure?
Yes. So there was a portion of her skull, and then there were multiple pieces of skull fragments. We found multiple vertebral column, actually the full vertebral column from C1 to C7, so the vertebral bones in your neck, and then also multiple vertebral columns in the thoracic and lumbar region. We identified the sacrum, both hip bones, the sternum, both clavicles. And then as far as the extremities, we identified multiple long bones in both the upper and lower extremities, and foot bones as well. And like the organs, these weren't intact, pristine bones. These were bones that were partially burned away, blackened, charred, brittle, with extensive fire artifact.
With the condition that Tylee's body was in, were you able to perform any type of toxicology testing?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So on a portion of the sacrum and the hip bones, I noted that there were still fairly large amounts of skeletal muscle. I could identify it as skeletal muscle. So what I did is I made incisions into the skeletal muscle, and I went as deep as I could to find the best possible sample that wasn't blackened and charred. And we sent a sample of skeletal muscle for toxicology testing.
And did you receive any results from that?
Yes.
What were the results of the toxicology testing?
So it came back positive for ibuprofen. So that's just a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. It came back for caffeine. It came back for beta phenethylamine, which is just a decomposition product. It also came back for carbon monoxide, low levels of carbon monoxide, and a very low carboxyhemoglobin saturation level.
And were any of those items found in the toxicology report something you could rely on to determine a cause of death for Tylee?
No, there was nothing in her toxicology report that I felt would explain her death.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 176, 176A through 176MM, as in Mike. He hasn't, but yeah. And Dr. Warner, if you could just briefly review State's Exhibit 176 and let me know when you've had a chance to briefly review that.
Okay,
Doctor, do you recognize State's Exhibit 176 and its subparts?
yes.
What does State's Exhibit 176 purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken at the time of JJ's autopsy.
Did you take those photographs?
I personally did not. We have forensic autopsy technicians that take the photographs under my guidance.
So you say they were under your guidance. Were you there when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are those photographs a true and accurate representation of what you observed regarding JJ Vallow's autopsy?
Yes.
And would those pictures aid you in discussing and explaining your testimony and findings regarding the autopsy of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that the State's Exhibit 176A through MM be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 176A through MM are each admitted into the record.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes, you can publish those. And I'll note on the record also, these are being published to the jurors and the parties and the witness, but not to the public in general. So you can continue, Mr. Wood, with that.
And I've already set it up. I can't see the chat. May we proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Doctor, can you describe what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176A?
So this is a photograph of how we received JJ in a black body bag. You can see there's a red seal and also the ruler with the numbers. We do that just to show that this is the case number for the case.
And can you describe what's being shown in 176B?
This is a close-up photograph of the seal or the body lock, number 506559, after it's been cut and removed.
What's the importance of documenting that?
So we want to document that when we receive the body in the body bag and it's sealed, we take a photograph of it to make sure that it's not cut or hampered with in any way. And then we take a photograph showing that we cut it at the time of the autopsy, just for evidence preservation.
And can you describe what the jury sees in 176C?
So this is a photograph. Once the seal was removed and we opened up the black body bag, JJ was further enclosed within a black tarp with held together with multiple strips of duct tape.
And in 176D, what did you observe?
So this photograph shows we opened up the black tarp that was held together with the duct tape. And this is the first time that I actually saw JJ's body, which you can see, and we talked about briefly yesterday. At the top of the photo, near the top of the head, you can kind of see there's a white plastic bag that's covering his head. And then his face is wrapped with duct tape all the way from the eyes down to the neck. You can also see that his forearms, wrists, and hands are bound with duct tape. There is a blue and white blanket that was accompanying the body that was resting on JJ. And then you can also see he's wearing a red pajama top and red pajama bottom. And I think I mentioned yesterday, really the only part of the skin that you can see right here is the upper arms. And they show evidence of decomposition in the form of a green and leathery appearance with some skin slippage.
What did you observe in 176E?
So this is a photograph, more of a close-up of the upper body, again showing the white plastic bag better. You can see there is a tear near the top of the head in the white plastic bag. So I was informed before I did the autopsy that law enforcement, when they found what they believed to be JJ, they made that small tear to confirm that there was human hair and that there was a human body in the bag. So to my knowledge, that's where that tear came from. But this just better shows the plastic bag over the head and the duct tape covering the face.
And 176F.
And this is a photograph closer up of the lower half of the body. You can see the blue and white blanket, the portion of the red pajama pants, black socks. And then you can also see that JJ's ankles are bound with duct tape as well.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176G?
This is another photograph with the blanket a little down further, so you can get a little better look at the pajama top. I think the main thing here is you can see there's decomposition, or the pajama top was soaked with decomposition fluid, and there was mold on the shirt. And then you can see also there's a fair amount of dirt and other debris on the duct tape around the face.
And 176H.
This is a very similar photograph, just with the blanket removed, better seeing the forearms and hands that are duct taped together, and also just getting a view on the different side of the body.
When these photographs are taken, do they attempt to take multiple angles?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Just so we get the full picture. We have a routine where we take photographs on both sides of the body, the front of the body, the back of the body, just to make sure that we're capturing all angles of the body.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176I?
Again, this is a photograph of the blanket removed, better showing the pajama pants, which were also partially soaked with decomposition fluid. And you can see there's some white moldy substance near the right knee or the right thigh.
And 176J.
This is a photograph better showing the ankles that were bound with duct tape.
Doctor, if you can describe what was happening on 176K.
So what we did to remove the plastic bag and the duct tape is we made one single cut along the side of the face and carefully removed it, exposing JJ's face. So you can see JJ's face, at least a portion of his face, has green decomposition discoloration. And then there's also a strip of duct tape that is covering JJ's mouth that essentially runs from jawline to jawline.
Can you describe 176L or what you observed there?
So after we made the single cut and removed the white plastic bag with the duct tape off of the head, we took a photograph of it, and this is from the inside out. So what would be the portion that was covering JJ's face on the inside. And what you can see here is there's a fair amount of fluid, decomposition fluid, and some dirt and other debris within there.
And to be clear, that was the bag that was wrapped around his head.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw in 176M?
This is a photograph of JJ's head after the bag has been removed, and it better shows the strip of duct tape that is covering his mouth.
And what do you see in 176N?
This is the strip of duct tape that's been removed from his mouth. We photographed it, and then we submitted to law enforcement. All of these things on JJ, all the duct tape and the bag on the head, that was all sealed and submitted to law enforcement.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in 176O.
Again, this is a photograph of JJ's forearms and wrists and hands being bound with multiple layers of duct tape.
And 176Q.
So similar to the bag on the head and the duct tape on the head, we made a single cut along the duct tape. And what this does is exposes the forearms, which show evidence of decomposition. And it also reveals that JJ's wrists were further bound with additional duct tape.
And doctor, I'd normally ask you to point that out with pointer on the screen where we don't have the screen. Is this where my pen is pointing, the additional duct tape you were speaking of?
Yes.
You can tell the jury what you saw in 176R.
So this is the duct tape that is wrapped around JJ's forearms and wrists and hands. It's been removed. We take a photograph of it, and then we submit it to law enforcement.
Was that when that was removed? Can you describe how that was removed?
Yeah, similar to the bag and the duct tape around the face and the head. We made a single cut and then carefully removed it.
And 176S, what was that?
So this is just a photograph of the same thing, but this is showing the inside of the duct tape that was touching JJ's skin. And you can see there's a significant amount of decomposition fluid and staining on the inside.
And if you can describe what you saw in 176P.
So this is a close-up of the duct tape around JJ's wrist. So after we removed the multiple wraps of duct tape around his arms and his wrists and his hands, there was an additional duct tape that was binding his wrists together.
And doctor, if I can ask, again, without a pointer, is this the duct tape, the additional duct tape around his wrists?
Correct.
And then is this material on the side, is that the outer layer of duct tape?
That's correct.
And what is shown in 176T?
So similar to the other duct tape, we removed this duct tape, we made a single cut, we laid it out, took a photograph of it, and submitted it to law enforcement. You can see on this duct tape, there's also decomposition, staining, and some dirt and other debris on the duct tape.
And 176U.
This is the duct tape that's been removed, again, just flipped over. So this is on the outside.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176V?
This was the disposable diaper that JJ was wearing. And you can see on the right side, it's white. And then on the left side, it's stained with decomposition fluid. And that's why it has a darker appearance to it.
Detective, can you describe what you see in States Exhibit 176X?
This is a photograph of JJ's face after everything has been removed. The duct tape, just to get a photograph of his face with everything removed.
Can you describe what you see in 176Y?
This is a photograph of JJ's face, chest, abdomen, external genitalia, and his upper extremities. This essentially is showing the extent of the decomposition of JJ. You can see there's green discoloration in some areas, especially the face. The chest and abdomen show areas of green discoloration in a tan brown leathery appearance. There's also evidence of skin slippage. And then there's also some small white mold formation on the body as well.
And Dr. Skin slippage is probably self-explanatory, but just for purposes of the record and for the jury, can you explain what you mean when you say skin slippage?
So during the decomposition process, the skin starts breaking down and it starts sloughing away. So those patches on his chest and his abdomen, those are areas where the skin is starting to slip away.
And do you notice a difference on the forearms in this picture?
Yes. So you can see the forearms do look different. There's a well demarcated line that starts at about the elbow. And the reason it looks different is that's where the duct tape was wrapped around his forearms.
If you can describe what you see in 176A.
This is a photograph of JJ's lower body, again showing the decomposition changes involving very similar to the upper body, but on the lower extremities as well, with green and tan brown skin discoloration and skin slippage.
You can describe what you see in 176B.
This is a photograph of JJ's back. We do this on all of our cases, just so we get good documentation photograph of the back of the head and the neck and the back. And this is simply showing very similar decomposition changes, which predominantly in the back was diffuse green skin discoloration. There was skin slippage on the back as well and on the buttocks.
You describe what you see in 176C.
This is a photograph of JJ laying face down and now looking at the lower extremities. Again, just showing the decomposition changes of the lower extremities. And you can see there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving or skin slippage of the feet.
Doctor, if you can describe what you see in 176D.
So this is a photograph of JJ's right upper arm. And during this autopsy, I was essentially, like we talked about during the external examination, I was looking for any evidence of natural disease or any evidence of trauma that could help explain why JJ may have died. So this jumped out to me. This was a bruising on the lateral right upper arm, or at least what appeared to be bruising to my eye.
And did you do any further tests to verify that bruising?
Yes. So I briefly discussed it yesterday, but decomposition can cause areas to look like bruising. So to confirm that it was, I made multiple incisions and I looked for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue to confirm that it was true bruising. In addition to that, I did take sections of the areas and looked at it under the microscope as well, to looking for hemorrhage in the tissues.
States Exhibit 176E.
So this is a close-up photograph of the bruise that I just described on the right upper arm.
And States Exhibit 176FF. What was happening there?
So this is the bruising on the right upper arm, and I've made an incision, and I'm looking for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. And if you can see, I'm holding it up with the forceps to show that there is hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue.
And again, without the benefit of a pointer, is this the area you're referring to? And where that color appears to be darker, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
And so did that lead you to a conclusion as to the bruising?
That led me to believe that that was true bruising. It wasn't just artifactual bruising or from the decomposition process.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176G?
So this is a photograph of JJ when he's face down, and this is a photograph of the left upper arm. And there was an area of concern for bruising on the left upper arm as well.
And again, without the benefit of a pointer, I'll use my pen. Is this the area you're referring to?
Yes.
What did you observe in 176H?
So similar to the right arm, I made an incision into that area on the left arm looking for subcutaneous hemorrhage. You can see there's focal hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. It's located near the bottom left portion of the incision.
And did that lead you to any conclusions about, and just to be clear, is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
Did that lead you to any conclusions about the nature of that, those markings?
Yes, again, I believe that it was true bruising.
Can you describe what you observed in 176I?
This is a photograph of JJ's right hand. One, you can say there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving of the skin. And then also what jumped out to me, you can see the right thumb. I believe we discussed it yesterday, the right subungual hemorrhage. So you can see his right thumbnail shows diffuse bright red hemorrhage.
We spoke yesterday about type of force necessary to cause something like that, correct?
Correct.
And just because it was yesterday, if you could just briefly remind the jury of your testimony on that matter.
Yeah, so in order to get something like that, there has to be some kind of trauma or some kind of force to that area. And I think yesterday I gave the example of, you slam your finger in the door, you're going to get that subungual hemorrhage. Not saying that's what happened, but you have to have some kind of force impacting that area to get hemorrhage like that.
You can describe what you saw in 176J.
This is a photograph of JJ's left lower extremity near his ankles, upper shin area. I believe I touched on it yesterday that there were some areas that looked concerning for bruising after we removed the duct tape from his ankles. So this is the area I was talking about. You can see the skin, for the most part, is light green discoloration. And then the area, there is a focal area that has a very dark appearance to it. So to the naked eye, I thought that this very well could represent bruising.
And did you do any follow-up testing on that?
Yes, I did the same thing that I did with the upper arms. I made multiple incisions.
And did you, what were your findings?
I did not see any subcutaneous hemorrhage in the tissues on either the left ankle or the right ankle.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 176LL.
So this is a photograph of JJ's neck. Specifically, it's the left side of his neck. You can see on the upper portion of the photograph is his left ear. And there is a collection of brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions, some of them with dark red hemorrhage that involve the left side of the neck and near the left angle of the jaw.
In State's Exhibit 176MM. Is that the same thing?
Yes, this is a close-up. Again, you can see the vast majority of the skin has this faint green skin discoloration, and then there's a fairly large collection of linear and irregular light brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions on the neck and angle of the jaw.
Why was that of note to you?
Well, in any case, and especially a case like this, you want to simply document every injury that you find. So that's important. Also, at least in my experience, they look like scratch-like abrasions. So it's important in this case, considering there's a white plastic bag over his head. Are these scratch-like abrasions from the individual putting the plastic bag over his head?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I don't think he's speculating. He's talking about different methods by which those abrasions could occur.
It's overruled. It could also be from JJ himself trying to get the bag off of his head. I wasn't there. I don't know. But these are the types of things that go through my head and the possibilities.
Thank you. And again, doctor, just because we had a bit of time between yesterday and today, based on your opinion, what was the cause of death of JJ Vallow?
I determined the cause to be asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness now be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177A through EE. Doctor, if you can quickly, or just take your time, I guess, and review those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize what's been marked as States Exhibit 177 and its subparts?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken during Tylee's autopsy.
And were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate representations of what you observed during that autopsy?
Yes.
And would those photographs aid you in explaining your testimony and your findings to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for the admission of States Exhibit 177A through 177E into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection from the defense, Judge.
All right, exhibits 177A through EE are all admitted.
And may I publish?
At this point, Mr. Wood, I'm going to have a break
Okay.
and we'll take about a 15 to 20-minute recess at this time. We'll come back on and then you can publish.
All right.
I'm still here checking in on you guys. Making sure everybody's good. All right, let's go.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's our present count for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record now on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. For the break, we had just admitted another series of photographs marked as exhibits 177A through EE. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with the record this time, you may.
Thank you, and may I publish?
You may. While you're getting ready to publish those, Mr. Wood, I will note that these are, again, not being shown on the live stream or to the public. They are being shown to the jurors and the parties. And in addition, if there are any victims entitled to view these exhibits, then the court will arrange that for a private time when those victims are able to also view the evidence if that's requested. So if there is any request through either the prosecutor's office or directly to the court, let us know and we'll arrange that.
Thank you. Doctor, what did you observe in States Exhibit 177A?
So as I mentioned earlier, Tylee was received in multiple bags. This is a photograph of one of the bags. It's sealed with a red body lock. And then on the outside of the bag, you can see handwritten in silver marker, 1 of 3. So this is one of the bags that was received.
What did you observe in 177B?
This is an intact seal of bag 1 of 3.
And again, what's the importance of documenting the seal?
Again, it's evidence preservation. When the bag comes, we want to know that the body lock is intact, and we want to be the ones who open up the body lock.
What did you observe in 177C?
So after we removed the body lock, we opened up the body bag, and there were a number of items within the black body bag. There were 2 additional brown paper bags that you can see here. One is unlabeled. and one is labeled with burial site question mark.
And 177D.
So this is within the same body bag. You can see the two paper bags that I just described on the right side. And then on the left side within the body bag are multiple collections of soft tissue, bone, and debris, including dirt and rock.
Is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
If you can describe what you observed in 177E.
So after we've gone through all of the remains in those piles that were presented to us on the left side, we clean those up and we remove the mud and the dirt and the debris. And what you can see is what is left. What we found was multiple vertebral columns.
Are these those?
Yes. Loops of small bowel that are on the far left of the blue board. And then also small pieces of cartilage and bone that are on the far right of the blue board. And then off to the right, off of the blue board, you can see there's 3 distinct large pieces of bone. So one of those is the right pelvis with attached portion of the right femur. One of them is the left pelvis with attached portion of the left femur. And one of them is the sacrum.
Can you just define for the jury what the sacrum is?
So the sacrum essentially is a bone at the just at the end of your lower back, and that's where the right and the left pelvic bones associate with. So it's part of your pelvis.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in 177F?
So this is essentially bag 1 of 3. It's labeled. You can see this is everything else that remains after we sifted through and found the bones. This is all of the dirt and mud and rocks that remained.
In 177G.
So if you remember, within the black body bag, there were 2 brown body bags. One of them was burial site. So this was what was in that bag to the right. It came in a tinfoil container, and there were multiple small collections of bones and charred bones and other debris.
And what did you observe in 177H?
So the last photograph that you just saw, so this is after sifting through that and cleaning things up, this is what we found. So again, there were 2 charred vertebral column bones on the far left. There were, and then numerous small charred blackened or white bones that really were unrecognizable. They were too small and they were too much fire artifact to tell what kind of bone they were.
What did you observe in 177I?
So this is the second black body bag that we received. And you can see on the far left, it's actually labeled 2 of 3 suspected female.
In 177J.
Again, this is a body lock or a seal that's intact. Again, we always take photographs of this to make sure it's intact for evidence preservation.
In 177K.
This is just a better photograph showing how it was labeled, the 2 of 3 suspected female.
Can you describe what you observed in 177M?
So when we opened up the body bag, this is what we saw. One thing that stands out immediately, at least to us, was there was a green plastic material that's located centrally within the debris and the skeletal remains.
Doctor, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Again, without the benefit of a laser pointer, is this where you're referring to the green?
Yes. And when we were able to pull that out and clean it, it was a melted green bucket. And then the rest of what you see is a collection of human remains, including bones, soft tissue. The organs were found in this bag as well.
In 1770, what did you observe there?
So similar to bag 1 of 3, in addition to the human remains that were in the bag, there were 2 additional bags within the body bag. One was a brown paper bag on the far left, and the other was a clear plastic bag that contained a brown paper bag with human remains in it.
Doctor, what did you observe in 177P?
So this is a photograph of the largest portions of the skull that we found in the top. That top piece, that is the frontal bone and portion of the orbits. On the left side is a large piece of skull bone. Obviously, both of them are blackened and charred and crumbly. And then the bottom is a portion of the mandible and maxilla, and you can still make out some teeth. They're partially charred and there's blackened material partially covering them.
Are you aware if any attempts were made during the autopsy to identify these remains through teeth and dental?
Yes, we had a forensic odontologist come to our office on the day of the autopsy to try and identify Tylee via dental comparison of antemortem records that were requested, and the postmortem dental x-rays.
Was that conclusive?
Yes, the forensic odontologist was able to make a positive identification based on dental x-rays.
Detective, can you identify what you saw in 177Q?
So as I stated, within bag 2 of 3, that was the bag where the organs were found that were identifiable. This is a photograph of the heart, which is right in the middle, and then the 2 lungs, which are on the right and left side. It's difficult to identify them. This isn't what heart and lungs typically look like. They're obviously charred. Portions of them are burned away and significantly shrunken as well.
Just for clarification for the jury, again, without a laser pointer, are these areas the lungs?
Correct.
And this portion is the heart, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall about the size that was when you received it?
They were very small. My best estimate would be they're probably a quarter of the size that they typically are.
And if you can identify what you observed in 177S?
So in all cases, even if the organs are charred and shrunken, and we still examine them. So these are essentially sections that I've taken of the heart and lungs, and they've been laid out.
If you can identify what you observed in 177T?
So as I mentioned earlier, heart and both lungs were found, and we also found 1 kidney. So this is one of the kidneys, and you can see it's blackened and charred, and some of it has been burned away.
You can explain for the jury what was happening during 177V.
So in bag 2 of 3, if you remember, there was that large collection of human remains. So after we clean them off and clean off the dirt and all the other debris, this is what we found. So in bag number 2, I already stated a lot of the bones that we found, but in bag number 2, we found most of the skull bones, most of the vertebral column, the sternum, portions of ribs. We also found the clavicles, as well as multiple long bones from the upper and lower extremities and some foot bones as well. Now, again, these were not intact, pretty looking bones. They were partially burned away. They were crumbly. They were blackened. But this is what we essentially found after we cleaned everything up.
And if you can describe what you saw in 177X?
Yeah, so this is within bag number 2. This is one of the additional brown paper bags found within the body bag. And you can see there's multiple charred small pieces of bone. Some of them appear to be foot bones, and some of them are unidentifiable.
You can identify when what you observe in 177Z.
So this was bag 3 of 3 that we received in a brown paper bag. It was labeled remains of suspected female.
and 177AA.
So within that large paper bag, there are 5 additional smaller brown paper bags that were sealed and labeled. Each of these smaller brown paper bags contained small fragments of charred bone.
And 177B.
So again, this is one of the 5 additional brown paper bags that contained multiple fragments of small charred bone.
Are you able to tell? I know it might be a little blurry through the ammo what that bag is labeled.
It's labeled fire pit -B north. I can't make out the end of that. And then date 06/09/2020.
And just again, what were the contents of that bag?
There were multiple small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
What did you observe in 177CC?
So this is the 3rd brown paper bag that was received within the larger paper bag. Again, it was sealed with tape and it was labeled. And the contents of this were again small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
And 177BD.
This is the 4th bag that was received within the larger bag. Again, it's taped and labeled, and the contents of this also consisted of multiple small charred, crumbly bone.
And lastly, 177EE.
And this is the 5th bag that was received within the larger brown paper bag, also taped and labeled, and also containing, I believe, soft tissue and charred, crumbly bone.
Doctor, upon completion of your autopsy of Tylee Ryan, what did you do, or did your lab do with her remains?
So after we collected and cleaned the bony remains, we sent all of the bones to the FBI for a detailed forensic anthropology report. We had them analyze it and produce a report.
Right. And did you review that report?
I did.
Okay. And did that report take any part in your findings or decision regarding Tylee Ryan's cause of death?
I think every information, I took into account. The report on this came back as they noted, and we noted also before, that there were sharp force markings on the bones, but they really detailed and took photographs of sharp force markings that were found on the sacrum and also on the right and left pelvic bone. So yes, it did play a role, and I did not sign out the case or come to my conclusion until I had all the information back.
Okay. And you did already answer this question yesterday, but because of the time, I would just ask you again, based on your autopsy and your training and education, what was your opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
Thank you. And just for purposes of clarity, can you remind the jury the criteria for a homicide by unspecified means?
Yes. So as we talked about yesterday, there's guidelines and criteria. To go over briefly, just to remind you, 1, it has to be objectively suspicious findings. So some of the examples they give is that the body is hidden out of plain view, say in a trunk of a car or in the forest and covered by branches or buried in the ground. Another example is that evidence was concealed, right? So they were lit on fire, they were dismembered, bleach was poured on them, something of that nature. So for criteria number 1, this case clearly falls into that, fitting both of those criteria. For number 2, it's the autopsy doesn't show an obvious cause of death or a better explanation for the cause of death. And the 2 examples they give there is, 1, you have an intact body, you're able to examine it, look at all the organs, and you can't come up with the cause of death. The other example is that there's not enough of the body there for you to determine what the cause of death is. So Tylee would fit under that category. The 3rd criteria is toxicology. That toxicology cannot explain why the decedent is dead. In this case, there was nothing in Tylee's toxicology where I felt I could explain her death. And then the 4th criteria is more based on history and some of the circumstances surrounding death, the medical records. And we went over Tylee's medical records yesterday, and I didn't think there was a good explanation why otherwise young, healthy teenager would be dead. So those are the guidelines and the criteria I used to come to my conclusion.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions.
All right, before you step away from the podium there, Mr. Wood, I do just want to note on the record the exhibits that were admitted, we referenced them as 176A through MM and 177A through EE. And I will note, there are certain portions that are not included in, I guess what I'm saying is there are some missing letters within the sub exhibits in what I'm seeing with my courtesy copies.
Your Honor, we initially had more pictures and then limited what we were going to show to the jury based on what needed to be shown to explain the testimony.
Okay, so this might be tedious for a moment, but in order to keep the record clear, I'd like to go just read in individually those and make sure they track with the state's actual exhibits, so that we do have the record of what was admitted on those. So starting with 176, we've got A, 176B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y. Then we've got 176B, B, C, C, D, D, E, E, F, F, G, G, H, H, I, J, J, L, L, and M, M.
Your Honor, is that the court's courtesy copy or the exhibit copy?
That's the court's courtesy copy.
Okay. Did the court have 176AA?
We do have AA. I may have misread that. So AA is also in there.
And it sounded like there was one missing BB.
BB is there also.
Okay.
On 177, it'd be easier to just say I had A through EE, and the ones I saw were not included. If you went alphabetically, would be there was no L, R, U, W, or Y. Oh, and also no N.
Some photographs that we deemed unnecessary to put in, but they'd already been marked.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So thanks for addressing that. That will conclude then the direct examination of Dr. Warren. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you can go to the podium and conduct cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Warren.
Good morning.
As part of your review of the anthropology report, did you note that there were some canine bites of any time on any parts of the remains of Tylee?
I did not notice that on my examination, but I'd probably leave that up to the anthropologist.
Now, you talked previously about bruising and that you do a cut to determine whether or not it was actual bruise or not an actual bruise. But isn't it true there's really no way to determine on any bruise when the bruise occurred, is there?
It's difficult to get exact timing on a bruise. That is true. They've even done studies where they've looked at it under the microscope and try to really pinpoint the time frame. And it is difficult. Some of the things you can look at are color of the bruise. So typically a fresh bruise is going to be blue, red, purple. As it gets older, it's going to turn brown, green, yellow. And then under the microscope, it usually takes several minutes for inflammation to come in. So if you take a section under the microscope and there's no inflammation, you can presumably say that it was fairly recent before the death. But yes, it is difficult to time bruises and abrasions postmortem.
So if some time had passed, and let's even say that some time had passed, and it was a situation where there was embalming fluid put in the body and some significant amount of time had passed on bruising, would it be fair to say that at that point there'd be no way to determine what kind of bruising or how to date those bruisings?
Again, as I stated before, it's difficult to get an exact time of a bruise. You can give a time frame. I mean, there's definitely a difference between a fresh bruise and a bruise that's a week old, right? By the look at it under the microscope. In this particular case, on the arms, I took sections of the bruising and looked under the microscope, and what I saw was hemorrhage and no inflammation.
Okay.
So to me, what that means is that it was probably right around close to around the time that JJ passed away, because you do need some time for inflammation to come in. But I did not see that on JJ.
And Dr. Warren, would you maybe just pull that microphone down about 2 or 3 inches downwards? If it's more under your mouth, I think it picks it up better.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
But again, in general, when you're talking about bruising, one of the immediate ways to determine the age of a bruise is that if, let's say, a bruise was brown or brownish greenish, that would seem to suggest at least generally that was an older bruise. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And even if you dug into that bruise and you saw that there was hemorrhaging, that doesn't necessarily give you the ability to determine when that bruise was placed on the body or occurred. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say it's difficult to determine the exact time of the bruise. It's more of a range.
Now you spoke about examining Tylee's medical records, and you were able to determine that she was a healthy young girl at the time that this occurred. And she was approximately how tall? Do you recall?
Well, I was unable to get a height at my examination because of the condition of the body.
But in looking at the medical records, were you able to obtain that information?
I don't recall. I don't remember off the top of my head how tall Tylee was.
Okay. Now, your examination cannot make a determination as to when the remains were put in the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And even in spite of the anthropologist report and your examination, the fragments that you found in the fire pit, you can't make a determination as to whether or not those were animal or human fragments in the fire pit. Is that right?
I'm not a forensic anthropologist, so
Okay.
I can't. I would not feel comfortable doing that.
Okay.
But that's the whole reason why I sent it to a specialist, a forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So I think that's a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
And we should rely on a forensic anthropologist to make that determination. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Along with potential DNA evidence?
I think DNA specialists
Okay.
should make determination on DNA.
Have you do you have a recollection of when the date of these 2 autopsies took place? Specific date?
Yes. So June 11th, 2020.
And the one you said took over a week, so that would have extended on through the 17th or 18th.
That's correct.
There was a term called heavy lungs. Do you recognize that term?
Heavy lungs is sometimes a term used when there's pulmonary edema. So pulmonary edema is when there's an excess amount of fluid in the lungs. You can get pulmonary edema for a wide variety of reasons. For instance, you can get it in congestive heart failure. Your heart isn't pumping as well as it should. Everything kind of backs up, fluid leaks into the lungs. You get heavy lungs, you get pulmonary edema.
Okay. And as a matter of record, you can get that pulmonary edema from the heart not operating properly. And for all practical purposes, the heart could look perfectly normal. Isn't that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There was no testimony earlier about heavy lungs. This is beyond the scope of Dr. Warren's testimony.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that the remains that were presented to you were significantly smaller than the remains of Tylee had she been alive at that time?
Again, I think that's probably a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that I can say that we received Tylee and she was dismembered in multiple parts. So obviously, yes, it's going to be shorter than if she was intact. But what that means, or I'm not sure. I think I'd rather leave that question to a forensic anthropologist.
And from your examination, the vital organs were significantly smaller than what they would have been of a normal breathing human being, correct?
That's correct. That's very common in fire-related deaths, and the organs get charred. They shrink, and they lose weight.
Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect from the state?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, you were asked about the dating of bruises.
Yes.
Can bruising be considered a form of trauma?
Yes.
And in a situation in which you viewed the remains of JJ Vallow, would you be surprised to find bruising on that body?
I think any bruising or any injuries in a case like this is very significant.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude then testimony of Dr. Warren. We'll make sure the exhibits are given to the clerk here. And is Dr. Warren going to be recalled, do you think, at any point by the state?
Your Honor, it's not likely. I guess it's possible in rebuttal, but so I guess the state would just keep them under subpoena for the time being.
Okay, so Dr. Warren, since you're under subpoena, there's an exclusionary order prohibiting you from viewing testimony. This case is available to see streamed live or here in the courtroom, so please don't do anything to view any testimony in case you are recalled or until you are advised you've been released from any subpoena in the court. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead and step down.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe there are certain portions of testimony Dr. Warren would be allowed to watch if they were presented.
Okay,
Judge, could we,
And we can clear that up later.
yeah, that's,
could we have a sidebar on this?
yeah, and I'll just, before we have sidebar, point out that's a proper argument Mr. Woods brought up, that the exclusionary order does not necessarily apply at times in certain aspects to what are considered expert witnesses. So you can go ahead and step down. We'll have a sidebar and then you can call the next witness, the state. And who will the next witness be?
Your Honor, the state needed just a moment with regards to the next witness as well and was actually going to ask for a sidebar.
Okay, let's have that sidebar. There's an exhibit that the state's going to be proposing with the next witness, and the exhibit is in electronic format. And counsel for defense does need an opportunity to review the exhibit because apparently it's had some modifications since it was first reviewed by defense counsel. Because of the nature of the exhibit, what we discussed, just the most simple way to take care of that is we are going to have another break at this time to clear the courtroom so that defense counsel can review the exhibit in preparation for its being proffered. And so we'll take a break to take up this evidentiary issue, and then we'll come back on with the calling of the next witness.
All right, but
Oh my goodness, guys. Hey, Morgana. Yes, we are still here. It has been a streaming marathon today, right? It's a marathon. But we're doing this day here at 1.5 speed, and it's working well. So we're boogieing. I'll probably call it at approximately 8 o'clock. So we got about 25 minutes left. Okay. All right, let's book it. Oh, wow, Sherry, look at you. You got all kinds of stuff done today. Nice. Definitely marathoners, Morgana. Yes. Especially when you're doing 2 trials and sentencing hearing. I mean, we covered a lot of ground today.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, before we go on the record, are we ready to proceed? Were you able to review the exhibit with counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready. We're ready to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jurors in, please. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The state's getting prepared to call its next witness. Because I will likely forget to mention this before we call the witness, just a scheduling matter. I'd like to advise the court, everyone here and the jurors as well. Tomorrow, there are some courthouse renovations taking place that are probably going to be pretty distracting when that happens. So we've had a request to stop trial tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So we'll talk about a schedule possibly with a shorter lunch tomorrow going through, but we'll need to conclude by 2 tomorrow. So that will be the schedule. And then we'll have likely another just normal day on Friday. So apologies for doing that at a strange time. And again, I don't think I'll remember to do that otherwise. At this time, the state, I believe, Ms. Blake, you're going to be directing the next witness. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Go ahead and call your witness, please.
The state will call Detective Werther.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll note Detective Werther's now been placed under oath. I do have a couple of questions before we commence. Detective Werther, have you listened in on online or in person here any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I have not.
Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've provided in this trial?
I spoke to Detective Duncan. I'm aware that he did testify, but we didn't discuss the content of his testimony.
Okay. All right, Ms. Blake, then you may proceed with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name again and spell it for the record?
Yes. My name is Ariel Werther. Ariel spelled A-R-I-E-L. Werther spelled W-E-R-T-H-E-R. My badge number is 649, and I work for the Chandler Police Department.
What is your current title or position within the Chandler Police Department?
The title is detective. I'm assigned to the robbery homicide unit of the Chandler Police Department.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer in general?
Yes, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy 2011. Prior to that, I worked as a dispatcher for the department for 3 years. And then since that time, I've engaged in ongoing training as required by AZ Post, which is the outfit that determines if a person is and can remain a sworn law enforcement officer in Arizona. I've also sought additional specialized training for the various units that I've worked in, including training relevant to what I'm testifying here today.
And you just talked about some of them, but have you held various assignments or positions within the Chandler Police Department?
I have. So initially I began, as I mentioned, as a police dispatcher with a civilian position, answering 911, dispatching police officers, things like that. That was in 2008. In 2011, I transitioned and became a sworn law enforcement officer, went to the academy. I worked on patrol for a total of 5 years. During 2 of those years, I was a field training officer, which would be a person who trains new officers in the job in the field. And then I transitioned to working as a detective for the Special Victims Unit, investigating primarily sex crimes and family violence cases. And then that was in 2016. In 2020, I transitioned to working for the Robbery Homicide Unit. I've been there since.
And then you referenced some training regarding what you're testifying to today. Can you tell me a little bit about what that training was or is?
I've attended multiple training events regarding the interpretation of cell phone records specifically, including 2 40-hour courses, one of which I attended earlier this year. And that provides training and guidance and practical experience, including projects that one works on in the class, in order to properly interpret data received from cell phone service providers. And then I've also had training on interpreting data extracted from mobile devices.
So focusing on that training with the cell phones, can you explain how a cell phone communicates with cell towers?
A mobile device on a cellular network would typically be serviced by a particular provider. That provider has a network of base stations or cell towers. We've all seen them as we move throughout the city and other places. Those have radio frequency antenna mounted to them that angle in particular directions and broadcast and receive signals that keep your mobile device communicating with the network. And typically, if you are moving about, it may be the case that your device may begin connected to a particular cell tower, but then do what's known as a handoff and transition to a different cellular tower on the same network in order to provide what feels to us like an uninterrupted experience as it moves from one tower to the next.
And do you use call detail records to get information about a cell phone as well?
We do.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is a generic term for the records maintained by your cellular service provider that they maintain for their own purposes, for business purposes, and that log things such as when a particular mobile device connected to a tower, for what purpose. If it's a voice call, typically it'll say, the length of that call. And if it's a text message, it'll typically tell you things such as whether that's an incoming or an outgoing text message and what other phone numbers were involved in that communication.
How does law enforcement obtain call detail records?
Typically via a search warrant based upon probable cause and authorized by a judge, which is then served to the cellular service provider, and then they will produce the records ordered by that judge.
Were you working in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Did you end up responding out to a call regarding a shooting?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator at that time?
I was not.
What were your responsibilities? Well, let me back up. Did you learn who the victim of that shooting was?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Charles Vallow.
Were you assigned certain roles or responsibilities on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
What were those?
They were minimal at that time. As I mentioned before, I joined the robbery homicide team in 2020, so I was not on the team at this point. And as this was a fatal shooting investigation, that's the team that would respond out. I was at that time still in Special Victims Unit, but I had made no secret of the fact that I intended to test for the robbery homicide team in the near future. So as a matter of succession planning, I was invited to come out on various incidents that would be good training opportunities for me to see how the investigation was conducted. All of that is to say that much of my time at the scene was actually observing and not actually directly handling any particular responsibility.
At some point, were you given cell phone location data to review and analyze?
I was.
Do you know whose cell phone data that was?
Yes.
And whose was it?
That was data extracted from a device belonging to Charles Vallow.
As part of your role in the investigation, did you review phone or call detail records in relation to other phones?
I did.
Do you recall the various providers that you looked at records from?
Yes.
And who were those?
Those were T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T.
Do the records from all of the providers look the same?
They do not.
And can you explain a little bit about how they differ?
Each provider has their own, because again, these are maintained for their business records. They're not, law enforcement doesn't instruct them what data they have to keep. We can merely access the data that they do have. So each company has a different approach to how they maintain their data for their own purposes. Some are in spreadsheets, some are in text documents, some are multiple spreadsheets, some are much more consolidated. We take the data as they have it and analyze what they give us.
And in this case, were you the officer that drafted any of the search warrants for these call records?
No.
Did somebody else draft the search warrants?
That's right.
And then you were provided the data, the responsive data to analyze?
That's correct.
And did that include analyzing GPS?
It did include analyzing GPS location data, which was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
Is it fair to call the call detail records raw data?
Yes.
And do you use a program to analyze that data once you have it?
Yes, the Chandler Police Department has access to a program called Trax, formerly under a company called ZX, but they've transitioned to a company called LexisNexis. But the tool is a data analysis tool that we're able to use to analyze raw records that we are given by the companies.
And can you explain a little bit about how that program interprets the data to get a location of a cell phone?
Yes, you were, as mentioned previously, your device connects to various towers as you use voice, data, text, whatever you may be using. And we request and obtain from the providers locations of the towers and details about the tower. Typically, a tower is going to have multiple sectors. So while you have one tower, ordinarily that tower has antenna facing in sectors divided up to provide 360-degree coverage. The data they provide indicates the azimuth, which is a fancy term for the 360-degree angle if you were looking down on the tower from above, that particular sector is facing, and then they provide the GPS location of where that tower is located in the world. And the call detail records will typically indicate when a particular communication event took place, which tower it connected to, and which sector. Using that data, then one can get a general coverage area for where the device was most likely to have been at that time.
And when you talk about this program Trax, I think you also mentioned ZX. Is that what it used to be?
Yes, that was the company that initially developed it, I believe.
Is that program only available to law enforcement?
No, it's my understanding that it's available to paying customers who want to use it for various purposes. I'm familiar with instances where it's been used by defense and people doing private analysis.
In your experience, do cell phone companies use technology that looks for the best signal?
Typically. So as I mentioned before, you may start a call in one place and you either may move or you may not for one reason or another. During the course of that call, your device could switch to a different tower because the signal's better. Environmental conditions can impact signal strength, line of sight, obstructions in the environment, and then again, when we move and our devices move with us.
And to be clear, when we talk about the location of a device, that's the cell phone itself, not necessarily the person it's associated with. Is that correct?
Correct. Call detail records can tell you information about where a device most likely was at a given moment. The question of who's holding the device is something that must be examined or determined from context or other means.
And we've talked about in this particular case, you were given some phone records to review.
Yes.
Do you recall what you looked at in this case?
I do.
And what was that?
So there were records of 4 different phone numbers, again, between Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, that were attributed to various people involved in this investigation. Again, I did not write the warrants to obtain that data. I was just given the data after it had been obtained.
When you're provided phone records, what are you looking for?
So typically, what I want to determine if there are claims that have been made in this investigation or are relevant to the investigation that could possibly be tested by the data set that I've been given. There are certain questions that your cell phone data set might be able to answer and certain questions that they cannot. So if, for example, someone said that in a room with just the two of you there, you said a particular thing, I'm unlikely to find an answer to that in your cell phone data records. It's not likely to be there. But as far as analyzing when and where people tended to be, or if they were in fact communicating without necessarily knowing what they communicated about, those are things that one can evaluate. So you look at the records and try to determine by looking at them if there are reasonable conclusions that can be reached from what's in that data set that would be relevant to your case.
And in this case, did you prepare an exhibit of the information you reviewed?
I did.
And was the information you reviewed extensive?
Yes,
Do you feel that the exhibit would aid you in your testimony today?
it would.
Do you feel it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence you're going to talk about?
I do believe it would.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. However, I had talked with counsel in the court before. I have it plugged into my laptop ready to play. It does take a minute to upload. Counsel has been provided a copy. I would ask to publish at least the first slide of it for identification purposes.
Okay. If there's no objection, then we'll go ahead and permit you to publish that first slide. And I'll note also, we did provide time for defense counsel to review this on the break. So you can do that, Ms. Blake.
And I will indicate there should be a mouse up on the stand for the detective to use as we get further.
I think also we would have the option here to just put that on the witnesses monitor and not publish to the jurors. Is that preference yours?
For identification purposes, the first slide does not contain much information. It does contain some phone numbers, however, that were analyzed.
Okay, well, we can just go ahead and publish that on the big screen then also. And I don't think that would be a problem if the jurors viewed that.
And Detective Werther, do you recognize the slide we're seeing on the screen?
I do.
Was this in fact prepared by you?
It was.
And did you and I meet yesterday to review the exhibit as well?
Yes.
And was it an accurate copy of what you created?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 43.
Any objection?
There's no objection, Judge.
Oh, very well. Exhibit 43 is entered. And as it's an electronic type exhibit, Ms. Blake, if you could just describe a little bit for the record what the exhibit is.
Yes, Your Honor. The exhibit is a PowerPoint. I believe it contains approximately 128 slides. I know the 120 something slides, as well as a few embedded things as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective Werther, on this first slide, do you see some phone numbers listed?
I do.
And you previously mentioned that you looked at 4 call detail records for 4 numbers.
That's right.
Are those the 4 numbers that you looked at detail records for?
Those are the 4 numbers. And then that last item mentions Charles Vallow's phone extraction. That's because, as I mentioned before, that's data taken directly from the device, not from a cell phone service provider.
And as we start moving through this, what are we seeing? Actually, let me back up. What records were you given? Are those what were depicted on the first slide?
Yes, and the slides that follow will show them again as well.
What are we seeing on this first slide?
This is just to orient the viewer or the reader that my analysis pertains to Chandler Police Department's investigation number 2019-83744, a shooting investigation in the city of Chandler, Arizona, that occurred on July 11th, 2019. This is a CAD call. CAD call is a computer-aided dispatch call, which is what sent the officers to notify them they need to go to a place for a particular reason. And it shows the time that the call to 911 was received was 8:36. And a dispatcher or a call taker entered the initial comments here, RP shot brother-in-law. This call was made by Alex Cox.
And what would RP stand for?
Reporting party.
And if we move to the next slide. And on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This represents the records that I was given and that I used in this analysis for a particular phone number, that phone number being 808-755-5452, which is a Verizon number. And when it was given to me, it was attributed to being a phone used by Lori Vallow.
And if we move forward, and what are we seeing on this slide?
This is the same sort of breakdown, and I should have mentioned each of those line items that one reads on these slides. Those are the titles of the documents I was given pertaining to the particular record. So this is a T-Mobile phone number, 480-692-9562, also attributed to Lori Vallow.
So this is a second device attributed to Lori Vallow that you looked at.
Correct. And one thing I noticed, and I've noted it here when I received these records, no logs of text messages were received, so received by me. Ordinarily, your call detail records include not only the voice calls that you make and receive or that your device makes and receives, but also any text messages sent. For whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, I did not receive text message logs pertaining to this number.
And then if we move forward, what are we seeing on this slide?
This tells you of the records from Verizon for number 480-351-9120, attributed to Alex Cox, and again, a listing of the documents that I received for this analysis.
And then if we move forward from there, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is a listing of AT&T documents pertaining to number 515-402-0143. And when I was provided these records, I was told that they were attributed to Chad Daybell.
And when you looked at these particular records, did you notice who it appeared that the phone attributed to Chad Daybell had been in contact with?
I did notice various communications between this and primarily one other number on the day in question.
And what other number was that?
The primary number was one of the 2 numbers attributed to Ms. Lori Vallow. It's shown throughout the slides as to which of those 2 particular numbers it was.
And when you talk about on the day in question, what specific day did you look at these call details for?
I mostly limited my analysis to the day of the shooting in Chandler, as that was my task to analyze what these records could tell us about that particular event. So that previously mentioned July 11th of 2019.
And if we move forward, you'd previously mentioned that you looked at the locations extracted from Charles Vallow's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look at any other data in relation to Charles' phone at that time?
No.
And can you remind us again or explain the difference between the records for Charles' phone versus those for Lori, Alex, and Chad.
Yes, so all of the 4 numbers that we've gone through, those are records, as I mentioned, a warrant was sent to a cell phone service provider, and then they provided in return various records related to their customer and that particular device and what it was doing during the time frame authorized. This is different in kind. This is data extracted from Mr. Vallow's mobile device. And that data, as I understand, is primarily sourced from GPS, which is a different system than when your device is communicating with a cell phone tower.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is to help orient the viewer to how this is going to be represented, this data from Charles' device. So we have the ability at the department, I'm not one of the people who does it, to extract data directly from someone's device. And then that data produced as a spreadsheet that was given to me can be mapped to GPS coordinates, same as we all use if you've ever used a mapping device on your phone to be able to get from one place to another. That sort of data is the type of data we're talking about. And in the presentation, the data from the phone extraction for Charles Vallow will be represented as points, as you see on the screen, in red. And that point represents the latitude, longitude that was extracted from the device.
And the red specifically will be in reference to Charles Vallow's phone?
Correct. I've color-coded the individuals associated with this, their devices, so that it helps the viewer to keep track of which device we're looking at a given point.
And if we move forward to slide 10, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is to help, again, orient what you're about to see. These are cell site markers. So we have Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile up on the screen. And when a cell site or a cell tower was indicated in the record as having communicated with the given device, they've been color-coded. So blue for Lori Vallow, yellow for Chad Daybell's device, and green for Alex Cox's device. And the tower will be represented by that color-coded pin.
And if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This slide, again, shows the various devices, and it shows the color coding of what's known as an H-plane, which I'll discuss in more detail on the next slide, but it shows that that color coding will be maintained for those as well.
And then if we move to slide 12, and I think you said you discussed the H-plane a little bit more. Can you explain what we're seeing on this slide and what the H-plane is?
H-plane is short for horizontal plane, and as I mentioned before, towers have sectors, and the records indicate a device communicated with a particular sector. So as you see, that black dot is the location of the cell site with which the device was communicating. And the line is the azimuth, or the direction that the antenna was oriented on that sector that the device communicated with. This particular shape is an estimate of how the radio frequencies that are broadcast from that particular sector would propagate. So testing that's been done in a thing called an anechoic chamber, which is basically a room, the purpose of which is to dampen sound and radio frequencies, to dampen their reflection off of objects and so forth, has allowed engineers to determine approximately the shape in which those radio frequencies are broadcast from a particular sector. Now, that would be under laboratory circumstances. The real world is not a laboratory circumstance. So this is a representation of what one would expect in a laboratory from the performance of that sector. It's important to understand this is not where you see this color-coded shaded area. This is where the device is most likely to have been for that event, but it is not a claim that the device had to be within that area or definitely was within that area. It's an estimate of a likely location.
And then if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is again to orient us to what we're going to view throughout most of the exhibit. So in producing the exhibit using Google Earth Pro with processed records that can be mapped and viewed in Google Earth Pro, there's certain features that one should be aware of. This top thing in Google Earth Pro is known as a timeline slider bar, and it allows one to move forward and back in time through the records and indicates at what point in time one's currently looking. Then this shaded area, as I mentioned before, is the estimated device location for one of the devices mapped in blue. This one is for one of the devices mapped in green. If you have multiple devices, they'll both be on the screen at the same time with their estimated locations. And then the red points there is an estimated location of the extracted GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone.
And what are we seeing on this next slide?
Just in order to reduce clutter on the screen, I've used shorthand. In this case, everyone has different initials, so that seemed a reasonable way to do it. So where you see CV, that refers to Charles Vallow. Where you see LV, that refers to Lori Vallow. CD refers to Chad Daybell, and AC refers to Alex Cox with their various color coding, again, just to reduce clutter.
And then what are we going to see on these next slides?
These next slides will start bringing us into representations of the actual analysis of these various records when they're all put together.
What are we seeing on this slide?
Yes, thank you. So this was, as mentioned before, I provide some of this information on July 11th, 2019, 8:36 a.m. Chandler Police received the 911 call regarding a shooting alleged to have been in self-defense at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler. Police officers responded. They contacted Alex Cox at that location and found Charles Vallow inside deceased with multiple gunshot wounds. And during the course of the investigation, Lori Vallow returned to the scene at 8:48 in the morning with her daughter, Tylee Ryan. Interviews were conducted with the various people involved, and then cell provider location data, as we've discussed, was later obtained, and the cell phone location data was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
And if we move forward, what does this slide depict?
As I mentioned before, when you have a certain amount of information about a case, and then you have the data set, the question is, what can that data set possibly tell me? Does it support the claims? Does it refute the claims? Or does it tell me nothing about the claims? These are some of the things that I noted that seemed like they could be tested by looking at the data. So some of these claims include things like the particular time that Charles Vallow was said to have arrived at the South Four Peaks Drive location, the question of whether Lori Vallow was or was not present at the time of the shooting, whether she did in fact end up with his cellular phone after the shooting, which is a claim that was made, whether the children were present, and then events after the shooting. The claim had been made by Lori that she went to a nearby Burger King and that she went to a drugstore to buy flip-flops for herself and the children. She said they had to leave without shoes because of the event, and that she dropped JJ off at Lawrence Life Academy, which is a school that he attended, and then returned after doing all those things. And one other thing is she had made the claim that Alex called Lori after the shooting, and they discussed whether he would call 911 or not.
So those are all things that you felt you could try to verify or disprove in looking at the various events and timeline given?
Yes, these seem like things that cell phone estimated locations and also communication records should be able to at least give some indication of whether these things were supported or refuted by the data.
And if we move forward, were you looking to corroborate or find something that would refute some of the information provided?
Yeah, so specifically with reference to the cell phone, the call detail records from the various providers and also locations on Charles's phone, it's important not to take those things at face value and say, well, the data says that the device was there, so it absolutely had to be there, because data has an error rate. All data has an error rate. So one of the other things we try to do when we're doing investigations is find other means of corroborating or refuting the data, because if the data are not accurate, we want to know that. And so we are looking for other things that might show. And throughout the presentation, I try to intersperse some of those things that we found.
And regarding the records you received, what is the first thing you did with the records?
The first thing that I did with the records when I received them is look through the actual raw records and see what sort of records even I had been given, and notice certain things like, again, the lack of text detail for Lori. And so I asked if that was somewhere else and determined that for one reason or another, and I don't know why we don't have it. So after looking through the records, I used that program we discussed previously to produce a file that can be viewed in Google Earth Pro so that I can put all of the various data sets alongside one another in a timeline mapped, and then move through them and see what each of the data sets indicates about what the device was likely doing during that time.
And again, was your analysis restricted to the events of July 11th of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were the records set to a specific time?
Yes, because we're investigating an incident in Arizona, they're all interpreted in Arizona. Typically, when they provide the records from the subscribers, they're going to set them to GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, also known as ZUA time sometimes. Arizona is always 7 hours behind that, so all of these records are set to GMT -7, and that includes the records for Chad Daybell, which indicate that in fact he was in Idaho at the time, which is a different time zone. But in order to be able to see them all as they actually happened, I set his records to Arizona time. Otherwise, what you would see is all the Arizona events, and then 1 hour later, you'd see an Idaho time event that in reality had happened 1 hour earlier. It would be very confusing.
And if we move forward, is this an animation you created?
Yes.
And can you explain what we're seeing here?
The purpose of this animation is to orient the viewer to the general areas that are going to be involved in this analysis. So that's the Phoenix metro area. Chandler is on the left-hand side. You'll see the map pop up again as the data loads. And then certain areas of particular interest to the case are being labeled as we watch for reference to get you a general idea of where they're all located.
And there's a residence there. It looks like a house icon.
Yes.
What does that represent?
The one on the left side of the screen, because I've used 2 house icons, the one on the left is 5531 South Four Peaks Place, which is the incident location of the shooting. And I should mention, although it's likely obvious, that north is the top of the screen and it will remain so throughout the animations.
And then the other residence that we see there?
That is Alex Cox's residence at, oh, that should not have done that. Alex Cox's residence at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley.
And there's some other.
Yep, Santan Valley.
And there's some other icons there. Are we going to talk more about those a little later?
We'll talk about those locations as they come up.
And if we move forward.
Yes, I think we should. Oh. There we are.
And what are we seeing on this screen?
This is an estimate of the distance from the 5531 South Four Peaks Place address to a Burger King that wound up becoming an area of relevance, and the estimated distance is 1.96 miles.
And if we go to the, and is that the measurement that was depicted on that screen?
That is the measurement depicted on that screen, yes.
And on this next one, what are we seeing here?
This is an estimated distance from the Four Peaks Place address to Lawrence Life Academy, which, as I previously mentioned, is the school that JJ attended at the time. The measurement depicted on the screen is an estimate that says 7.2 miles.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing here again?
This again is that CAD call hard copy showing that the 911 call was received at 8:36.
And if we go to the next slide. Did issues of timing and what was reported as far as times cause concern early on in the investigation?
Yes, we pretty quickly noticed there's an issue of plausibility as far as the timeline. If the 911 call was received at 8:36 And if Lori returned to Four Peaks at 8:48, which is 12 minutes later, you notice you have to go about a little over a mile to go to the Burger King and then 7 miles round trip to go to the Academy. Added in the claim that there was a stop at a drugstore, we began to become concerned about a delay in calling 911, which is ordinarily concerning. Ordinarily, if a shooting event happens, 911 is normally called relatively quickly.
And I think I'd failed to ask, did Lori report that she'd stopped at that Burger King
She did.
and then that she'd taken JJ to school?
Yes, and I should clarify, I spoke to her. She told me she stopped at a Burger King. I'm not positive she specified that one.
Was that one on the way to JJ school?
Yes, I think it's the nearest one, and it's also between the two locations.
And then she also reported stopping at a drugstore?
That's right.
And if we move forward, what do we see on this slide?
This is the first location data point among all the data sets that I had for that day. This is an indication of a GPS location from Charles Vallow's phone, and you'll see right there on the left-hand side. True by Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an overlay of a receipt that was later recovered when we went to the True by Hilton that indicates that that is in fact where Mr. Vallow was staying on the date in question. So as I mentioned, we're trying to see if data appear to be accurate or not. This does appear to show him at the hotel where he was known to be staying, or his device at the hotel where he was known to be staying.
And in moving to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is a record from the 0143 number attributed to Chad Daybell, where it texts the 9562 number attributed to Lori Vallow. As I mentioned, for that 9562 number, I don't have text logs. So to the extent that I can examine those communications, it has to be viewed from the records produced regarding the 0143 number. And this here would be the estimated location of that 0143 number at the time, which is 6:06 in the morning, Arizona time.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is advancing the time to 6:12 in the morning, and this is Lori Vallow's 9562 number texting Chad Daybell's 0143 number.
And this is again on July 11th of 2019.
That's right.
And if we go to the next slide.
Advancing again to 7:01 in the morning, the Chad Daybell 0143 number texts the Lori Vallow 9562 number. And these are just, again, the mapping estimates associated with each of these communication events for the 0143 number.
And moving forward, what do we see here?
This is starting back at that 0003 GPS event, and it showed the various GPS events all the way up to 0716. If you saw them popping up on the screen and then passing, it would show that they were all generally in the area of that hotel until 7:16 in the morning on the 11th.
And then if we move to the next couple slides.
So at 7:16 in the morning, the device, Charles Vallow's device location data shows it traveling from that Hilton through various streets to the area of the Four Peaks residence. And one of the things I wanted to highlight here, as I mentioned, all data has an error rate. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that Charles Vallow's phone was actually in the backyard of that neighboring house. There's just an error rate, and that's something to keep in mind when one reviews these things. But it shows arriving in the area of the Four Peaks residence at 7:32 in the morning.
And the last communication between Chad and Lori prior to this that you noticed was about 7:01 or just after 7 in the morning.
That's right, on that device, yes.
And if we move forward, what are we going to see here?
This is going to show, again, the 0143 number, texting Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and this is at 7:33 in the morning. This is the same approximate time that the device data indicates that Charles Vallow's device arrived near Four Peaks.
And again, we don't have the content of those messages, is that correct?
I do not have those. If someone has them, I'm not aware of it.
And this is a device associated with Chad texting a device associated with Lori?
That's right. And I'm not familiar with the area, of course, but I imagine those of you up here are more likely to recognize this area.
And if we move forward?
So until 7:50, the data from Charles Vallow's device indicates it was in the general area of the Four Peaks address. Then about 7:50, you see that it has now moved away and out towards the surface street, which is Gilbert Road. So that's approximately 18 minutes after the device arrives near Four Peaks. It is now off and in transit, and about 46 minutes prior to the time when the 911 call will occur.
And you previously indicated it was stated Lori Vallow ended up in possession of Charles' phone?
Yes, that's the claim she made, and that's also how it was later recovered by one of the detectives, was from Ms. Vallow.
And if we, actually, I'm looking at the time, Judge, would you like us to keep going?
Well, I think we ought to go ahead and take the noon recess at this time, Ms. Blake. So we'll go ahead and take lunch. Let's start back up right at 1 o'clock, please.
All right, great.
All right. So we made it through quite a bit. I wasn't expecting us to get through that much of day 19, honestly. So, we're going to call it done for today. Our marathon, our streaming trial and sentencing, 2 trials and 1 sentencing done in a day. We have, you guys, high five. Put a high five in the chat. Put a high five in the chat. Or if you can't find the high five, then put your favorite emoji in the chat. All right. But we'll be back tomorrow morning. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Friday? Good grief, is it? Yep. I knew it was Friday, but all of a sudden I'm thinking Monday, Wednesday, Friday is full days. And then Karen Reed, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays are half days. That's right. It'll be the end of the trial before I get that stuck in my head. So Thursdays half day, or Friday's full day. So we'll have Karen Reed tomorrow. And I guess I'll try to do a longer stream. I think what I'll try to do is Sherry, it says there's 9 people. I'd say everybody's just kind of working and lurking. I know Mickey's here, I don't know who else is here. May just be a bunch of lurkers. If they're anything like me, they've got their AirPods in and they're literally set their phone down and they're listening, but they're not like touching their phone. Oh, Billy's here. Oh. There's Kel and Billy. Billy says, me. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at 9 in the morning, and then for Karen Reed, and then I think, because tomorrow is a full Karen Reed day, then I might do like QB did over the last weekend, and maybe stream and get caught up on Daybell on Saturday. That might work. So I'm going to get out of here. Those of you that come to my nighttime streams on Thursdays, I'm going an hour earlier starting this week. So just watch for your notifications. Okay. And I will see you later, taters. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up before you scooch out the door, and all that jazz, all the YouTubey jazz, like and subscribe and hashtag replay, all those things. I know, Kel, I'm just a busted up mess over here. Yes, Sherry. I'm a busted up mess over here, so my head's trying to hurt too. So, ooh, wow, Billy, you've been busy. Got 7 tomatoes planted, made dinner, watered plants, dusted, listening to the trial. Look at you. You guys are great multitaskers. I multitask during the day too. You just don't see it. While I'm streaming, I'll be doing laundry and taking care of the kiddos at the same time, you know? So, all right. I'll get out of here and I'll see you guys back in the morning. All right. Bye, everybody.